Congrats on being first. How are you doing today? What's fighting me? My background music! Hey, Demon! Okay. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I'm very excited. Also, guys, we got more information about Zebai. I was fucking stupid, and I didn't actually read her goddamn character, like, stories that are in her profile. I don't know why I didn't do that. I feel so dumb. But, so, what I thought happened was she practiced the 3 deadly selves technique when she was alive, and so, like, her 3 deadly selves were, like, floating around in the spirit realm, and when she died and split into 3 pieces, what was left over split into 3 pieces, Istaroth combined those 3 pieces to the 3 deadly selves, and that's what led to her being the way she was at the beginning of the story, the Lantern Rite story. But no, she met Zhongli when oh wait, no, not when she first descended. Hang on, let me edit a thing in my Discord. Okay, no, I've actually read it. So she met Zhongli once when she came down to, like, deliver news to the mortal realm, and even though he had powers like hers, he wasn't an angel. She's an angel. Like, that's her, like, fictional race. And he practiced the three deadly selves. So Zebai followed the sound and discovered 3 identical figures aloft in the clouds, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Amidst the clashing of their blades, she could hear faintly a battle cry, "The Lord of Geo, Heaven's Star." Before long, the fighting ended, and the 3 figures merged into one. So Zhongli apparently practiced the 3 deadly selves very proficiently, where he would sever them so that they could all 3 fight together and then rejoin into one. And so if we are using the 3 deadly selves as a DID metaphor, then I think that is showing people how, like, you know, when you have DID, the recovery process is learning when the dissociation helps, when having the alters helps, and when it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, when is it appropriate for you to, you know, dissociate parts of yourself so they can communicate between each other, make their own cases, all that stuff, and when do you need to act as, like, a unified person, right? And so I think then that Zhongli is like a DID system, is like an allegory for a DID system who is, like, integrated very well. Whereas Zebai in current canon is allegory for a DID system who is, like, just starting the process of integration. And more interestingly, remember how I said I thought that she practiced the 3 deadly selves technique before she died? No! The 3 deadly selves are impure thoughts and wicked desires that pollute the practitioner's mind. To cast them aside is to glimpse the unmarred self. But Zebai, as an envoy of heaven in the 3 moons, harbored no such wayward thoughts. No matter how she tried, she couldn't sever her 3 deadly selves. Her friend remarked that the will of heaven shifts and does not stay, while white clouds drift and turn to hounds of gray. And with that, he turned and left. Basically saying that over time, you'll change, and your 3 deadly selves will manifest, because the will of heaven is not absolute, and she's a servant of the will of heaven. And so, as she guided humanity, the civilization of long gone, human emotions surreptitiously took root in her heart. And she's an angel. She's not meant to feel human emotions. And so that, to me, the human emotion surreptitiously taking root in her heart, to me, that's allegory for the chronic abuse that leads to covert DID, like in childhood, right? Then, she, gets, hang on, where is it? Hello? Right. She beheld the divine punishment that descended upon the nation that she cherished. Resentment, fear, and sadness gnawed at her soul like maggots feeding on rotting scraps of flesh. In that moment, she severed her 3 deadly selves. She abandoned her formal self in order to lie among mortals and keep kindled a final chance for vengeance against the heavens. So, like, to me, that's the metaphor for, or the allegory for the system, like, splitting, right? An act through which she abandoned her formal self, lie hidden among mortals, and kindle a final chance for vengeance against heavens. And so, like, so, like, she went through like another thing that was like more catastrophically traumatic, right? And then like was like, I'm going to become something new. And that is kind of what I remember my system cracking feeling like, is like I needed to become something else because clearly what I wasn't working. And it's because, again, the maladaptivity of covert DID is that, you know, you find yourself repressing the dissociation while simultaneously relying on it, and that's just not sustainable. So, yeah, I really fuck with this. And then more specifically, the human emotions that surreptitiously made it into her way into the heart. In this ending character story, it describes how the way that those human emotions became part of her was how she felt a lot of conflict. White flowers tainted with putrescence must be uprooted within the soil, lest they profane the heavens' love. Zeebai's destiny flowed the course of the divine plan that birthed her, until the fateful day where she was destroyed by it. So, like, in her time, she wonders, like, why is heaven's plan so against the goodwill of the humans that I've loved and cared for and cultivated? Why is it that people naturally care for all the crops and animals under their care, while Celestia smites human beings that are just doing what they were made to do, the same way that flowers do what they were made to do? And that to me is like, you know, that metaphor that's fake scenario I make up about how DID develops, or how, like, you know, you're at home and 2 + 2 = 5. And if you say 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5, you get yelled at, things thrown at you, you're berated, you get resources taken away from you, all that stuff. But then you go out into the real world, and in order to do anything, you have to know that 2 + 2 = 4. And if you don't, you not only, like, you know, get made fun of by other kids and stuff like that, but more importantly, like, you're totally lost and things don't work. But you can't get rid of the notion that 2 + 2 = 5, or when you go home, you'll be abused. And so that to me is like a really on the nose allegory for that. I love it! I love it so much. I love this game. It's so good. It's just like, it's such a well thought out, like, it's such a well thought out string of symbols and allegories and comparisons and everything, and it's so good. It's so good. It's so good, it's stupid. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started on Venti's story quest. So, because I was grinding for Zebai Primo Gems, we are out of sync for our story quests. If we look at our timeline here, we can see that Venti's story quest actually takes place like right at the end of Mondstadt, whereas we went straight for Liyue, and it's supposed to occur in between Mondstadt and Liyue. So timeline-wise, hi! Thank you, Suggy. Actually, I'm not grinding primos right now. We're just doing story. But so timeline-wise, where we are right now is Dvalin has been freed, and Venti has given us his well wishes to go on our way to Liyue, and has wished us luck in finding our sibling. However, some of you may remember throughout the chasm world quests that we did, we kept hearing mentions of an adventurer named Stanley and how brave he is and how iconic he is to the people of the Adventurers Guild, and how he went to Mari Javari and his friend passed away, but Stanley survived. That is relevant context for our venti story quest. So I hope everybody's feeling caught up with where we are in the game, and if not, please feel free to ask questions, and we'll get going. What is she talking to? Whoa, okay, unironically, the Traveler canonically having an imaginary friend when she was younger is like a cool story bit there. I wouldn't have expected that. These two dialogue options. Imaginary means in your imagination, and in your imagination means imaginary. Truly revolutionary writing. Thank you, Genshin Impact. You must be an imagined friend. Why didn't you just say so? Shut up, Paimon. We don't... Sorry, Paimon, I don't hang out with my imaginary friend anymore. They're invisible now. It's crazy. Imaginary friends disappear when you grow up. Exactly, yes, and tragically, yes. That maybe that low-key connects to the how the abyss is like the anger and hatred of words, the fates that were not able to come to pass, right? So do imaginary friends get put in there too? I don't know. You and your brother could play a 4-person game all by yourselves. If you both have imaginary friends, that's actually really cute. Hi, Venti!
実は最近リサが面白いものを作ってくれてね。リサさんの面白いはなんだか嫌な予感がするぞ。まあまあ、レディをそんな風に言わない。この面白いものを作るためにわざわざスメールから危険な材料を取り寄せてくれたんだからさ。今危険って言ったよな。
A monocle with some sort of detector. Invented by Lisa. Okay. Nurnama detector? Nurnama. Huh.
ついでに実験の手伝いも兼ねてね。なんでリサさんには使えないんだ？それは自由を愛する子供心が足りないというか。
I love how unsubtle Venti is. Maybe it's because she lacks a childlike sense of wonder. Or something else, I guess? It's like, I'm pretty sure it's a childlike sense of wonder. Come on, Traveler, you got this. Aww, she's so cute. They're best friends. Aww. That's so cute. Paimon, your eyes are the same size as Traveler's. Let's see what everyone's... Oh! Kai Luke moment incoming. I remember this now. Ha 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 ha. Flora is the little girl that works at the flower shop. So it looks like we're gonna go check on her. I'm gonna collect some Philanimo mushrooms on the way. Where am I, Barbara? And then hopefully never have to get them ever again. Is Barbara still the only one that uses Philanimo mushrooms? Or does like Rosaria use them? I don't think, no, I think she probably uses treasure hoarder coins. I feel like there's no way she doesn't. I forgot we can get up here. I think here is canonic, like, I'm pretty sure bards like perform up on those balconies a lot of the time in the webcomic and stuff. My mom's calling me, hang on. I am back. She asked me if the candle she had upstairs was unlit. It was. Hi, Flora. Wait, Mr. Float. So wait, but why hasn't anyone gotten her a real Bodhi floaty? Okay, Paimon. Yeah, what? I forgot about this. A plant that can fly. That's fair. Honestly, I fuck with that. Oh, she's never seen one before. Okay. But yeah, we know Stanley. The amazing adventures of Stanley are famous in Mondstadt and in Liyue. Liyue. I used to always say Liyue. Now I say Liyue. And I don't know when that changed, really. Oh, is Timmy's imaginary friend just gonna be more pigeons? I don't want to scare away the pigeons if we're gonna go like... Ah, okay. Bye, guys. Oh my god! Bro! Is he good? Well, we know he's not. But like... Jeez, man! It's time for Paimon. Paimon thinks he should explore this area later. Is she actually gonna say it again? Alright, Paimon, if you say so. Drop in on the adults in the tavern. Luke moment! It's not a happy one, though. So, Kaya and D-Luke are estranged ex-brother best friends combo, wombo combo. And for some reason, they're drinking together.
一人でも楽しく飲んでるじゃないか。
そう冷たいこと言うなよ。
ここで酔いつぶれない方が。
まさか酔いつぶれたら人身売買にでも売られるのか？
It's like, why are you getting so serious?
お前はよく物を売るじゃないか。父さんの旧宅だって。
The girls are fighting! The girls are
使
fighting!
えないものを手元に置いていても仕方ないだろ
なあ、あの花瓶も売ったのか？
う。記憶にない。
でも、
記憶見ない。
確か華やかな花瓶が置いてあったような。
So, D-Luke abandoned his vision when he left Mondstadt after his dad died. And Kaya kept it. Kaya kept it safe. And he returned it to D-Luke when he came back to Mondstadt by putting it in an ugly-ass vase and then gifting D-Luke the ugly-ass vase. And D-Luke, despite proclaiming to no longer care about Kaya and to that he doesn't pay attention to things that have outlived their purpose and blah 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 blah, has kept that vase front and center in his house. Very normal, casual behavior. Yeah.
大人になると夢のないやつになるのか。おいらは大人になりたくないな。そういえば、少年少女の空想の友達
At what age exactly do people's imaginary friends disappear?
検証してみようか。エリンはどうかな。あの年なら想像力が完全に消える。
探索機で僕の空想の友達を見るつもりだったのか。
Yes, sir.
無駄だ。たとえ15年前に戻ったと
15
しても
years earlier, you still would have been wasting your time. So, if he's like 21, 22, 23 max at this point. So he is telling us that he had an imaginary friend up until the age of 8. Interesting.
空想の友達？ほう。お前たち、
Kaya
そんな面白いもんを調べてるのか。
has a voice line about how because he's Conran, he can only dream of dreaming. So I wonder if the traveler asking him about an imaginary friend made him feel like sad. Aw. Hello, Ellen. What? What?
ジン団長だ。なんでここにいるんだ。まさかエリンの空想の友達はジン団長なのか。
Okay, see, it's one thing. So, okay. Vanessa would make sense to me. Vanessa being a legendary knight who freed the city of Mondstadt from slavery 1,000 years ago? 700 years ago? Something like that? 300 years ago? I don't actually remember.
ジンと肩を並べて戦いたいからかい。もちろん騎士にだってなりたいわ。
But Jean is like a person she knows. Like, Jean is like her future boss if she becomes a knight. Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with her looking up to Jean, but having an imaginary version of Jean following her around all the time is... Ah!
どういたしまして。でもエリンはもう十分すごいよ。 練習で疲れを感じるのは半人前。頑張れ、きっとできると思うぞ。
Ellen, she's our girl if she can't do it. Hilly churl, bro, what?
約束を忘れてた。
Good save, Paimon, good save.
でももう疲れて動けない。栄誉騎士、ジャックに伝言頼めないかな。ジャックは今日スタンレーさんと一緒にダンディライオンの
You went adventuring with Stanley.
ス
Huh.
タンレーさんはモンドの有名人で神弱界に行ったことがある伝説の大冒険者なの。今夜一緒に冒険の計画について話し合う約束をしてたんだけど、うわあ、本当にありがとう。
Alright, Templa's Lion. Wait, there's challenges here? What? Oh, this is the reaction chamber place. Okay. I think our team will be fine, probably. Having none of the recommended elements is fine. Oh, okay. We're back in the original. Interesting. I think this is the one that had Lisa's intro in it.
問題ないよ。見てて。尻肘の中を歩く者は
Well,
風で航空まで届けられる。
thank you, Venti. 'Cause they give us C3, right? They always do. Right, trial characters are always C3 with like very few exceptions. So they do take us to a new part of the domain. All right. Oh, I was hoping I could get some punch damage in there. I'm gonna blow up that barrel, aren't I? No, I'm not. Oh, okay, it's like, oh, hello. World's slowest domain because I refuse to apply hydro. Eee. Oh wait, actually wait, I have a venti. Hello? No? Aw. I was hoping Venti could just throw away his shield. Oh. Alright. Hello, guys. What's up, homies?
死ぬかと思った。
確かに、あと少しでそうなるところだったね。そうだ。
Oh no, I thought I was gonna die! Well, to be fair, you almost did! Great job, Venti.
今日は冒険の計画について話し合いそうにないから、また別の日にしようって。
ああ、そうなんだ。 申し訳ない。こ
What
こまで来てもらった上に助けてもらうなんて。
do you mean? You were with Stanley!
助けてもら
The
わなくても
original Stanley! The totally legit Stanley!
お前がモンドですごく有名な人弱界に行ったことがある伝説の大冒険者なのか。
そうだ、俺こそがスタンレーだ。
こんな伝説級の人に会えるなんて嬉しいね。じゃあみんなこれからどうする？先に進む？それとも戻る？
Yeah, what does Jack think? Stanley will want to go ahead. Oh,
スタンレー
okay.
さんもいるし、きっと大丈夫さ。
じゃあ全員一致ということで先に進もう。
Someone's feeling confident now.
お前たちも俺の冒険の話を聞きたいのだな。
いや、ジャックを探しに来ただけだよ。
何？バカ者よ。
What? Don't you know who I am?
冒険者スタンレーだぞ。
Okay, Stanley.
知ってるよ。
いや、もう少し何か。
I'm Stanley, the living legend. Stanley, who braved the Marjavari. Bro, chill. Can I set off all the... Well, that was almost kind of cool.
本当だよ。スタンレーさんはめちゃくちゃすごい人なんだから。引き続き俺と俺の仲間の話をするぞ。ジャック、さっきはどこまで話したんだったか。伝説の人弱界には風が少しも吹いてなくて恐ろしかった。
Hey, thank you, Sarybot.
そうだ。あそこは耳鳴りがするほど静寂に満ちていてな。目に見える海は全て怪人でできているんだ。そこで俺の仲間が魔獣の起こした渦に巻き込まれてしまってな。すぐさま俺はそいつの腕を引っ張った。うわ、大丈夫だったんですか。残念だが再び故郷の土を踏めたのは俺一人。俺の涙は風に吹かれたよ。そんな。ジャック、お前は大冒険者になるやつなんだ。そうやすやすと涙を流す。
You can't cry about a guy dying, Jack. You want to be an adventurer. Come
冒
on.
険の道中で死ぬこと。そして絶対に風のない場所で死んではいけない。風に乗って魂をモンドへと連れ帰ってもらうためにも。その通り。俺たちの理想は風のある場所で死に、風に乗ってモンドへと魂を運んでもらうことだ。まあ今の僕は。
So, as you notice, Marjavari has been described as a place where the wind does not reach. And what these two just discussed is how when you die, your your soul is carried back to Mondstadt to lay itself to rest on the wind. Which brings up the dilemma of if Stanley's friend died in if Stanley's friend died in the Marjavari, then where's his soul and how could it get carried back to Mondstadt one day if it can't be carried by the wind?
Stanley ベテランの戦士みたいだ。体中傷だらけで表情も毅然としてるね。
Stanley's imaginary friend is himself.
どうやらスタンレーの話には何か秘密があるみたいだね。
Welcome back from ads, guys. We've just discovered that Stanley's imaginary friend is himself. That's not weird at all. Or rather, a guy that doesn't look the same as him, but seems to suit his description of himself. Which is weirder.
Stanley
Stanley got drunk and told me a secret. Bro, are you stalking him? Hello?
スタンレーさんが当時冒険で使っていた武具はなんと大英雄バネッサ様の遺物きらめく勇気の剣と輝く石の盾だったらしい。
I love
しか
Pokemon.
もこの2つの武具は今もモンドにあってどうやらダダウパの谷にあるみたいなんだ。君たち強いし一緒にこの2つの武具を探しに行ってくれないかな。
Yeah, if he had the weapons, why did he abandon them in the
多少
wild?
変わった癖があるからね。
Outstanding individuals come with their quirks,
そんな
huh?
すごいものを見つけたらきっと両親も僕の冒険者になりたいっていう夢を応援してくれるはずだ。今の僕じゃ実力はまだまだだし両親にも反対されてるけどお願いだ、どうか助けてほしい。こんな身勝手な考えスタンレーさんには言えないから。でも使い終わったらすぐ彼に返却するって約束するよ。
かわいそうだな。おい、助けて。
Yeah. Poor kid.
もう来るか？
そうだね。一昨年一つ手に貴重な名刺を手に入れたんだ。武具探しを手伝ってくれたらその先を君にあげよう。
ダダウ全は急げだ。すぐに
Can I'm still confused. Can Venti actually canonically like get drunk or not? Like that is something that's confused me for a while. Like, is Venti just like I mean, hey, drinking to cope either way, slay fictional king, but like, and as far as I know, I don't know if we know enough about the friend of his that died that he's modeled his appearance after drank or anything. Like, oh, Venti, you strange, strange little guy. There's a chest in here? Holy shit.
何か儀式をしてるな。
I didn't realize. I can't be bothered. Oh, we have to. Okay.
間違いない。
Good morning, what, Maddie? How are you doing? I love you very much.
勇気の剣だよ。 ミュージック。
Oh, that's the escape button, not the one button.
みんな
No!
頑張ってね。アメン。
Yeah, I'm also sleepy as fuck. However, we persevere and we play Genshin Impact. Like the healthy, healthy individuals that we are. And I ignore my rotations because my Z-Bai doesn't need water. Or Geo Infusion for that matter. Oh, okay. To Stanley's credit, he did go and plant some old-ass looking weapons.
ただの古い剣だぞ。ヒルチャールのやつら、なんでそんなものに祈りを捧げてたんだ？
Not a good sword, but somebody tossed an old sword of spoils into these... Sorry, someone tossed an old sword into the pile of spoils the Hilly Churls were already celebrating.
それに
Hey, Vanessa was leading a slave revolt. She didn't exactly have access to, like, stellar
君はモンド
weapons.
城外にいる風象帳を見たことないかい？ああいう蝶も昼間は目立たないけど、夜になると目がくらむほど眩しくなる。まるで空を飛ぶ宝石のようにね。勇気だってそういうものだろ。平穏な人からしたらその価値は理解できない。
The only weapons she needs are these hands! So true!
勇気だけが君を奮い上がらせ、窮地を脱する唯一の光となる。
Venti trying to keep Jack's dreams alive is so sweet.
その通りだ。間違いない。
Aww.
これがきらめく勇気の剣だ。
I love Venti so much. That's so sweet. It's kind of, it's silly. It's silly, and he is talking BS, but like, Jack's a kid, you know?
きっとダダウパの谷のどこかにあるはず。おや？
Oh.
あれ？
He's not very good at hiding.
スタンレー？どうして彼がここに？
Well, gee, I wonder who put the old sword in the pile of scraps. Gee Willikers. Golly gee, golly gee willikers even. Who could it be?
何？どこにいるんだ？僕も見たい。
君は武具を探しに来たんだろ？そんなもの見る必要はないよ。
Holy shit. Holy shit. This is like a weird episode of Scooby-Doo. Am I dumb? Guys? Guys? Is it just like in the box? Oh. Oh my god, it is! Okay. Oh, bruh.
ほら、あれが輝く石の盾だよ。
Is that the lid of a wine barrel? Honestly, though, the shield of Magnificent Valor or whatever the fuck from Mondstadt being the lid of a wine barrel would actually kind of go hard.
まるで逆らるから適当に取り外してきたような。
でも、僕の銀
And
融
yet,
詩人としての考
my
え、
bard's intuition tells me
輝く石の盾だと
that Stanley only speaks the
戦
truth.
士は体にある傷を誇りに思うように、盾も同じさ。
And it's really interesting because
戦場で使われてないってことだ。
the question becomes, like, Venti saying this stuff, is it truly just in the interest of, like, keeping Jack happy? Or is it,
そうだろ。
or like, is Venti's, like, love for humanity and the way that it naturally fights for its own freedom, like, so strong that he's like, no, this could be the shield of magnificent honor if a human wanted it to be, you know? Like, he's spouting bullshit either way, but like, is he spouting bullshit from the heart or is he spouting bullshit from the ass? That's just what I want to know. I think he's spouting bullshit from the heart. Whoa, the hilly turtles! I forgot the hilly turtle, like, actually talks.
もし見た。
落ち着いてるし、続けていいと思うぞ。
もし見た。
落ち着いてるし、続けていいと思うぞ。
ピトム。
Oh, oops.
ご機嫌斜めみたいだぞ。
前分プラッタ。
Oh. Oh, he gave us the shield anyway. Okay, cool.
ありがとう、本当にありがとう。やっと欲しかったものが揃った。父さん、母さん、珍奇を見つけたよ。
待ってよ。約束
Damn, bro. He wanted that wine so bad.
スタンレーじゃないか。
Hey, Stanley. Hey, buddy. Hey, bro.
銀融詩人か。奇遇だな。
Hope you've had a good
そう
walk.
だよ。食後の散歩ついでに友達の探し物に付き合ってたんだ。
Why is the gap between these two voice lines so long?
ますます怪しく思えてきたぞ。
Paimon's starting to think Stanley might be a fraud.
ジャックを傷つけ
Very astute observation.
あらかじめ剣と盾を置きに来たのかもな。
Yes.
大冒険者はダダウパの谷に詳しいよね。何せここは君がかつて戦った場所だ。
当然だ。
His voice being so hoarse is also an interesting, like, detail. You know, is the implication it's like he's just constantly yapping so hard that his voice is hoarse all the time, or is it because he's crying all the time? I actually don't know. Alright, bro. Have a good walk. Have a good normal walk, completely original, not a scam Stanley.
仕方ないよ。ジャックにあんなことを言ってしまったんだから。でも、改めて見ると、
Yeah, because I mean, you know, did Venti not kind of do the same thing, right?
今を捨てた人。
Like,
もし彼が未来への
he also kind of just started spouting off to Jack, you know? It's interesting.
向かうのだろう。どういう意味だ？ただの独り言さ。そうだ。今夜はエンジェルズシェアに行ってみよう。
Someone who can't let go of their past gives up on the present, so I wonder if they were forced to take a first step towards the future, which way would they go? Very interesting there. Because, you know, Venti, again, like, Venti takes on the visage of his dead friend, but I wouldn't say that Venti has given up on the present to the same degree that quote-unquote Stanley has, you know? Like... I don't know. Because, I mean, he is like an entity that holds some dominion over time. So even if he's caught up in the past, it's not in the same capacity as it is for, like, a human being, right? Huh. Like, I wonder, like, Venti musing to himself, but I wonder how much that musing actually applies to himself. Question mark? Stop! That poster outside the Angel's chair is going to haunt me until I fucking die. Oh! Hey, man! Oh. The side eyes are crazy!
どうすればいいか教えてくれ。
なんで自分の名前を呼んでるんだ？まさか他にもスタンレーっていう名前の人がいるとか？
スタンレー、あの時人弱界で死ぬべきだったのは俺だった。
Oh, why won't your spirit come and stop me from using your name? Oh, he's saying like, why won't you come back? Okay.
あの風のない場所でお前が死ぬことはなかったのに、お前には偉大な大冒険者の肩書きがある。でもクズの俺なんかのためにもう伝説になれないなんて。
これは一体どういうことだ？多分彼は本当に人弱界にたどり着いたんだろう。そこであった危機も本当のことなんだ。ただ彼と共に冒険をした仲間こそが本物の大冒険者スタンレーだったんだよ。本物のスタンレーは僕たちの知るスタンレーを助けるために死んだんだろうね。あ、じゃあこのスタンレーがスタンレーと名乗ってるのは彼が
I wouldn't say stole. No one else was using it.
そういうことだと思うよ。
スタンレー、もう何年経った。モンドの人々がお前のことを忘れていくのが怖くて、俺はあちこちでお前の話をした。俺はモンドの人々にお前を覚えていてほしい。スタンレーが人弱界にたどり着いたこと、そして偉大な冒険者であり彼が生きていると。スタンレーは死なない。なぜなら 俺がスタンレーだからだ。俺がスタンレーだから。すまないスタンレー。俺も年を取った。年を取ったんだ。はあ、お前たちいつまで盗み聞きしてるつもりだ。
まずい、気づかれ
た。行け。何も聞かないでくれ。一人にしてくれ。でも行け。二度は言わんぞ。
よくし、ウェンティ、それとパイも。
Hey,
よ
Jack!
かった。みんなここにいたのか。あちこち探したよ。お礼を言いに来たんだ。君たちが剣と盾を探してくれたおかげで両親がやっと認めてくれてね。
おや、
Realized I'd not done my Duolingo for the day. One of my daily challenges was to win a chess match?
きらめく勇気の剣と輝く
In
意志の盾を
Duolingo?
直してた。
それは良かったね。それでジャック、君はモンドを離れてテイワット大陸を旅するのかい？
いや、しばらくはモンドにいるよ。今の僕の実力じゃ遠くへ行けそうもないから。それにスタンレーさんの話をもっと聞きたいからさ。なんたって彼が僕の夢のきっかけだから。スタンレーさん。ああ、また酔っ払ってる。また明日、スタンレーさん。酔いが覚めたらまたお話を聞かせてくださいね。
Chess has been in there for a few months now. Gotcha!
スタンレーはジャックのことが気に入ってるんだろうね。
Alright,
君はどう思う？
have a good morning,
ジャ
Iron!
ック。ジャック。
Oh! Duolingo part of your morning routine, and now you go to bed. I see. I was gonna say, it is quite late.
俺の秘密を守ってくれてありがとうな。
あ？急に現実を見るようになったのかい？今までの
All of a sudden you're facing reality? That's not like you! Is crazy!
勇気がなかった。彼の冒険に対する情熱は何の雑念も含まれてない。
Venti is simply insane, and I love that for
し
him.
た嘘つきだが、あの子はまだキラキラと光を放つルーキーだ。だからこそ、その夢を
That's valid,
壊しちゃいけ
Iron.
ない。
Your morning routine, quote unquote, being the bare minimum you want to do in a day. That's smart.
だってスタンレーの冒
The
険
whole day is your morning routine.
すべて本物だから。
冒険、経歴。
What's the point of stories and experiences anymore?
おー、
Saying that in front of a bard is crazy!
今となっては冒険のこともスタンレーの記憶ももうはっきりとは覚えてないんだ。これこそが俺の最大の秘密であり、最大の恐れ。ここ数年、俺は彼の話を伝えるために生きてきた。
Oh.
しかし、彼の性格、彼の人生、それらすべてをほとんど覚えてないんだよ。
That really is one of the hardest parts of grief, is that, like,
彼が風の
you don't realize the stuff you've forgotten until it's too late.
そして風が彼の魂を連れ戻せないことだ。
うん、そうだね。本当のスタンレーは彼の記憶の中にある生き生きとした友達とは違う傷だらけの戦士として彼の人生のすべてを束縛してるんだ。
俺は年を取ったんだ。いくら拒んでも手放してしまうことがある。俺は役立たずだ。本当に役立たず。だが冒険者はこんな形で死んではいけない。いけないんだ。
ハンス・アチェボルド。
なんで俺の名前を。
This is one of my favorite Venti moments.
風、人弱界で求めても得られない風の音だ。俺はずっとあなたの存在を信じていた。
旧友の魂任せてくれないかい？
思議だ。ありがとう。ありがとう、バルバトス様。すまない。気持ちの整理に少し時間が必要そうだ。でもきっと俺は大丈夫だと思う。
うん、めでたしめでたし。スタンレーは本当の自分を見つけて、
Very
ジャッ
good
クも
job,
自立で
Venti.
きた。
Very good job,
おめで
Venti.
たいことがたくさんあったら祝杯をあげてお祝い
And
し
now
ない
he's
とね。
gonna get drunk. Golly gee, I wonder why!
ここのお酒は高すぎるからね。
Oh, we're gonna go track down that child and make him give us alcohol. I see. I
報
see.
酬に貴重な名刺をくれるって言った
Yeah,
のを覚えてるかい？
earlier I asked that question. If the wind doesn't blow in the Mare Javari, then how do the spirits move on? And we find out that that guy, I think his name was Hans. His real name is Hans. He's the guy who's pretending to be Stanley. In carrying Stanley's legacy with him and trying his best to embody Stanley, he managed to carry Stanley's spirit out of the Mare Javari and back home to Mondstadt. It's just that he wasn't letting his spirit go. And, you know, a big part of Genshin's lore is how real information, real spirits, real energy can be stored in the power of storytelling, which is why Venti the Bard is, you know, the god of wind, song, and time, you know? Venti having some dominion over time in the wind and choosing to present himself as a bard is not only, you know, in memoriam of his friend from the revolution of Old Mondstadt, it's also because telling stories and preserving information in that fashion is how you keep people, is not only how you keep people alive for the time that they need to be, but it's also how you allow their spirits to move on in the capacity that they need to. Does that make sense? And I really like that part of Genshin. Like, Stanley's actual soul needed to be let go into the afterlife. But Stanley's legacy, staying in Mondstadt, staying in Liyue, staying in the Adventurers Guild, is important, you know? This is more name usurpation continues legacy stuff. Yeah! Like, I don't know, that nuance is really cool, I think, you know? Like, the thing that name usurpation does wrong is if that person is dead, then that's part of their story. And respecting that they're gone is necessary, you know? And in embodying Stanley and therefore not letting him go, that was keeping even though Stanley's body was dead, it was keeping his spirit from being able to move on because his spirit wasn't considered dead by anyone, including the only person who actually witnessed his death. And so in letting him go, I don't know if I'm explaining my thoughts well. Yeah, so many years after the fact, it's not even Stanley's friend himself that holds him back anymore. But people won't forget Stanley's story anymore. Durin and blank. We have 2 stories with the same name now, 1 playable. Still don't know why they share a name. Oh, okay. But yeah, Durin, Stanley, Venti's appearance, not his name, and Farina being a stand-in for the Hydro Archon, and arguably the Raiden Shogun being a puppet, and people, you know, yeah, like, Hang on, let me think. Stanley's body died. Stanley's spirit was not able to, though. Because Hans, folklores, though, I think that's a different concept than names carrying fate. Yeah. Well, because, like, Hans and Stanley didn't actually share a name. He stole it. So, I don't think that Hans carried Stanley's fate by taking his name. I think that he was carrying Stanley. You know, like, what I'm saying is that because he didn't let go of Stanley's spirit wasn't actually dead yet, even though he should have been. Like, Hans... Official 2, yeah, like, Hans conflated, Stanley's spirit, Stanley's soul, and Stanley's legacy. He was not just keeping Stanley's legacy alive, he was also trapping his soul and his spirit here in the mortal plane when it wasn't supposed to be. Does that make sense? And now, Stanley's spirit has moved on with the help of Barbados, but his legacy still lives on. We still hear about Stanley's like legacy and adventures after this, you know? I think that's completely different. I don't like, what I'm talking about isn't specifically the carrying fate part. I'm just talking about how often, duplicity and disguises having an effect on, having like an actual, like, effect on like the energies and souls of Teyvat is interesting, which includes carrying fate, but I'm not just talking about that aspect, if that makes sense. Cause like, you know, the reason that Folklores created Farina was so that as far as Celestia knew, Farina was Folklores, right? So that Farina would carry Fontaine until the prophecy was fulfilled, you know? I know it isn't, but it reminded me of it. It's an important mechanic. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well. Oh, hi.
We got your chopsticks to go. You want it?
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You want a bowl? Or
No,
that-
I'm okay, thank you. My mom dropped off Chinese food. But yeah, I think it is cool. Yeah, but that's my bad. Sorry.
やっと来たね。わかりにくかったぞ。次はこういうのやめてくれよな。そうだ、銀融やろう。酒は手に入ったか？
Did you harass a child to get your drink?
ジャックのやつ。貴重な名酒って
Don't apologize. Well, I mean, I didn't want to make it sound like you didn't know what I was saying. That's what I was apologizing for. Because of the, like, I know it's not, but it reminded me of it. Like, I wasn't trying to fault you for bringing it up. I was just trying to better explain what I was saying.
懐かしいな。
Like, I wasn't trying to say, like, don't bring that up. I was just, like, drawing the connection between Hans, Stanley, Folklores Farina. Anyway, yeah.
だいたい2600年くらい前かな。
Oh yeah, because Farina was like a human, so technically she shouldn't, like, her being able to live for as long as she did was, like, not natural either. Huh. I didn't think you were faulting me? Okay, Slay. Yippee!
その通り。かつてあの高い塔を統治した風の暴君は竜巻の魔人デカラビアンだ。あの時の僕は 千の風の中の一つで神でもなく
Yeah.
人の姿でもなかった。
Yeah, Stanley was artificially kept alive by Hans pretending to be him, and Farina was artificially kept alive by pretending to be Folklores. Ooh.
人の姿じゃなかった。あれ、幻遊野郎、昔はこんな感じじゃなかったのか？うん。今の僕の姿は実はあの偽物のスタンレーと同じ。
And yeah, cause yeah, I guess Fischl is more definitely in that same pool of Farina, Stanley. Although Farina was made to be a stand-in for Folklore, so that's also different than Stanley. But again, the thing of like, yeah, they're artificially kept alive is really interesting.
しかし、その声は風の音にかき消された。なぜなら竜巻は惨禍のみを受け取り、他の音を残さないから。本物の空、鳥かごの外にある。
Visual homework also really supports it. Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, thank you for dealing with brief anxiety spiral. Mama, I love you.
風の壁を壊そうと。少年は反抗の旗を掲げ。 僕も自由を求める戦争に身を置いた。
Mama.
鳥かごを破る者たちは勝ち続け、真意は崩れ、旋風は乱れ、国々は震えた。
Why did that jump scare me?
荘園の中、僕たちは暴君の結末を見届け、怪人の中、僕たちは高い塔が崩れ落ちるのを見届けた。こうして新しいモンドが始まって、それから誰も王座に登ることはなかった。
God, I love venti. I like names carrying fate as mechanic. It's fun every time characters share a name. Yeah, same situation as Stanley's friend.
Paimon,
stop! So peckish, Paimon. Yeah, because I haven't yet gotten to any of the characters that like where them sharing their name has led to them like carrying the same like written fate yet. So that's also like part of like me not like touching on it as I talk about the Stanley thing, because well, both because like even knowing of the mechanic, this mechanic is a different thing, you know, like he like physically carried the real Stanley soul with him, which is really interesting, as opposed to like taking on his fate the way Durin, humanoid Durin did with dragon Durin, you know. So I'm really excited to get to that mechanic. I assume that that's all in Nod Cry, question mark? At least, unless I have encountered it and I don't remember. But yeah, all the cases I can think of prior to Durin are all characters where they were using disguises or they were like deliberately made as stand-ins, right? Venti took on the appearance but has not artificially kept his friend's like soul here, just his friend's image. Hans made himself a replacement for Stanley. Raiden Shogun was made as a puppet for Raiden A. Farina was created as essentially like a puppet or a stand-in for, or like a fake for Folklores, for Celestia to keep an eye on. You know? Mostly Durin related. Hans Stanley I do think could have been developed into that. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely over time. Like if, yeah, oh, you're so right. If Venti hadn't intervened, do we think that Hans would have gone back to the Mayor Javari? You know? Or more specifically, would he have just ended himself if Venti hadn't stepped in? Or maybe by going to the Mare Devari because he feels like he deserved to die there. Like, narratively, Hans and Stanley, fake Stanley and real Stanley, I think narratively it's very similar. Mechanically, it's not just because of the ending, but also because of the in-between. Unless humanoid Durin does carry, like, original Dragon Durin's soul with him in some capacity, the same way that we saw that fake Stanley did, but I don't think so.
でも友達の間ではこういう暗黙の了解があった方がいいのかもしれないね。ビッシュ、そよ風。こういう時はいつも思い出してしまうんだ。彼から教えてもらった歌をね。飛べ、飛べ。飛ぶ鳥のように。僕の代わりに世界を見て、僕の代わりに高い空へ。
Sometimes even the lithesome wind grows heavy in its grief, but not that a mortal could ever see a moment so brief. That is definitely one of my favorite character story quests. Yeah. But yeah. Thank you, Lord Barbados. Awesome job, Grace. Collect one batch of dandelion seeds, scatter them to the winds at the top of the anima archon. I was just up there! You want me to go back? Bro! I was just up. You want me to climb again? Oh, come on! I just was up here. Bro, I have to climb Venti's dead friend's ass again! But yeah, it's funny. I remember the first time I played Venti's story quest, me going, it's interesting that he does the exact same thing that Stanley did, except he didn't. You know? Like, Venti hasn't let go of his survivor's guilt and has kept his friend's image, but again, he guided his friend's spirit itself to the afterlife, you know? Like, he hasn't artificially in taking his friend's appearance and continuing in order to continue his legacy, unlike fake Stanley, he hasn't like artificially kept the real Stanley or kept his dead friend like trapped in the mortal realm. I don't know. Mondstadt and its archon. Oh. Am I making sense? Words are so difficult, especially when you're talking about like, I don't know, because of things that are and aren't physical, you know what I mean? Welcome in, Bongos Ablaze. How are you doing? Thank you for redeeming a daily ticket. I think so? Okay. So, yeah. Right. Which is Medi for nothing doesn't make sense to me. Okay, good. I'm learning. But yeah, random anxiety spiral earlier. I have no idea why I thought like what you you were saying was like blah 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 blah. We were both just adding on to what the other person was saying. There were no contradictions that occurred. Oopie. I was like, oh no, I contradicted what Medi said. That was so rude of me because I haven't gotten to that part of the game. What's wrong with it? I literally didn't contradict what you said. I love having a functioning brain. It's so fun. Oh, hi Twilight. Hey guys, my cat's here. Oh. Kitty cat. Alright guys, it's time for episode 5000 of Twilight sticks her butthole directly in my face. Thank you, Twilight. Mm-hmm. Alright. Oh, wait, Medi, you know what happened? When you said, oh, name usurpation continues legacy, and then a step up from that, you were like, oh, Durin stuff. My brain thought you were saying this is the same as the Durin thing. I was like, oh, that's not what I meant. And then you were like, oh, I know that's not what you meant, but I forgot that that was why I said that. And I was like, oh god, I've offended him somehow. Aha! I found the source of the brain worm. It was me forgetting what I said 2 seconds ago. The short-term memory loss strikes again. Okay, cool. I do unironically feel smart for figuring that out, though. Also, yeah, oh, guys, yeah, I maxed my Leoa Statues of the Seven, which is why I have my teleport waypoint here, is because I remembered I need to come back here for Zhongli's story quest, so I decided to just plant it. Save myself some time. But yeah, the, remember to get the Geoculus. It's at the Pearl Galley, my friends. Please do not forget, because I did. But yeah, no. I like, now that I've remembered what I forgot, I have the contradicting fucking sensory memories of me being like, oh, I may have accidentally given the impression that I thought that these two are the same thing. But they're not, so I will say that they're not. And then you said, ah, yes, I agree with you, Basil, and I went, oh god, what did I do? Bruh! LOL. It's fine. Hello, Zhongli. Whoa! He was excited to see us. Whoa. He like jumped out of that chair. Aww. That's so, I mean, with the context of him being Heaven's Star and being a, probably being an envoy or a former envoy, similar to Zebai, him being so excited to see a fellow descender is actually really cute. No one knows better than him. Yeah, bro, I don't know. Oh, guys! My mom dropped off Chinese food, so I have a fortune cookie. Yeah, he and Zebai really are parallels for each other. Even... Yeah, wow. Anyway. Opening my fortune cookie.
それから推測だと、この歴史的意味のあるモラは記念品として今も大事に保存されてると思うわ。例えば林ゆえを管理する七星は就任前に秘密裏に行われる儀式があって。
Okay, the lucky numbers are 40, 52, 42, 33, 22, and 55. 33 is a lucky number of mine, okay. And then a deeper understanding of life is coming your way. Ooh.
世界最初のモラには強い力が秘められているはずだ。だから今度出す私の
I'm sorry, he wants to find the first ever singular coin. Hanche, come on! The Lord of Geo used his original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger and a sword. I mean, maybe, but like...
知りたければ私の本を買うといい。ちなみにその刀と剣を手に入れればリーユエの王になれると言われ。
But there is no sovereign of Liyue. What the fuck? That was the whole point!
刀剣の真相の考察は置いておくとして、モラが生まれた理由は契約を結ぶための手段だ。モラを使って取引させることこそが本意だと思う。だから最初のモラも普通に通貨として使われているだろう。
私は関学殿の仮説は面白いと思う。逆に勝利殿、なぜ証拠もなしに否定を？
いや、俺はあくまで事実を述べたまでだ。
He's just like me for real.
君の見心がわかるというのかい？
I'm not... We're... Okay. I feel like the Traveler is smarter than declaring to a table of random ass people that this is just the Geo Archon. Come on!
だが、意見が分かれなければ切磋琢磨もできなくなる。
では聞こう。1000年前、元王帝君が先人たちに建築の技術を教えた。その時使われた模型は全て
Man, now I... Wait! Oh my god! Wait! Earlier I was like, I don't have a character to do Witch's homework for, except I literally do. I have Fischl. I just forgot. I should do Fischl's Witch homework. I should definitely do Fischl's Witch homework. And try to remember what I can from the Golden Apple Archipelago event. Yeah. As official adds into that, like, whole nest of name stuff, that will be good to know for Nodcry, for sure. It has a lot... It has a level requirement? Oh, okay, okay. Fine, I'll build Fischl! God! But yeah. Yeah, I somehow read I know it isn't, but it reminded me of it as I'm disagreeing with you instead of I'm agreeing with you, when definitely what you meant was I'm agreeing with you. Okay, I think that's the last thought my brain feels a need to word vomit now. Okay. Thank you. Welcome to my... Actually, you know what's funny? When I hung out with Anju and her boyfriend, like, in person, for the first time, he was like, you jump to subject without preamble. And I'm like, yeah, it's because I keep thinking about it in my head, and then I come to a conclusion. And I'm like, yes, I must express that I've reached a conclusion, but it's been 10 minutes and no one knows what it is that I'm concluding. Anyway.
簡単だ。それはモラが最も手に入りやすく、最もコストのかからない材料だったからだろう。
Yeah, like why would the Lord of Geo use a singular Mora to like power his shit when he can just shit it out whenever he wants? Like, why would he care about one specific Mora? Like, and I'm a person who does enjoy like keeping my first blank and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But like, it's a rock.
元王帝君の話だからな。
勝利殿、その考古学に関してあなたに聞きたいことがあるんだけど、場所を変えて聞いてもいいかしら。
ああ、構わないが。
Yo!
友人も一緒でいいか？
They got me the fancy wooden chopsticks with the like the little divots right there that I don't know what they're there for actually. Oh my gosh! I scraped my thing. I did not mean to do that. Oopie. Yeah, I'm just here for a good story. I don't know what you're talking about, girl.
さあ行きましょう。これから話すことは少し眼神に対して不敬だから人の少ない場所の方がいいと思う。
Disrespecting the Lord of Geo.
勝利殿の理にかなっていた。多数の意見になびくことなく非常に客観的だったわ。だから他の学者とは違う答えがもらえるかと思って。
You think that all the gods that the Geo Archon killed were evil?
殺された魔人はみんな悪だったと思う。
善悪はさておき、元王帝君は契約を尊ぶ。だから殺された魔人はきっと契約を保護にしたはずだ。
おう、罪もないやつを殺すなんてこと元王帝君はしないと思うぞ。
でも考古学の研究をしていく中で潮の魔人に関する伝説を耳にしたわ。潮の魔人ヘウリア、彼女は善良な魔人だった。でも戦争でモラクスに実に不名誉な方法で暗殺された。
Morax used an underhanded trick to assassinate her. It's very interesting.
それは話せば長くなるな。真相もお前の知りたいものではないかもしれない。
構わないわ。知ってることを教えてほしいの。ずっとこの件を調べてきたから。
ああ、どこから話せばいいか迷っている。
あ、
お、
The fuck?
いた。
Oh.
先生、探したぞ。
I don't know why I thought he was just gonna start throwing hands with us on the Pearl Galley.
戦艦軍に通報するぞ。
武器なんか持ってないんだが。
Yeah, he's not even wearing a mask. We're fine.
俺はスネージ内から来たただの考古学研究員だ。
ファデュイは信じないぞ。
ちゃんとリーユエ総務士にも報告したし、
Wait,
正式な許可書類も持って。
is there a Fatui that comes with us into the domain? I don't remember that.
考古学調査を行い、その調
I guess he does.
査
All
を全て
right.
総務士にも共有することになっている。それで王城堂の勝利先生は物知りだと聞いて、俺の顧問になってほしく王城堂に大金を支払ったんだ。
つまりは王城堂の仕事だな。仕事なら仕方ないさ。王城堂には世話になっているからな。
さすが勝利先生。じゃあ今すぐ出発しようか。
待って、私もついてっていい？私も考古学者だから役に立てるわ。
では先ほどの話はまた後にしよう。そうだ、お前も一緒に来い。この先の経験はお前の力になるかもしれない。
I haven't taken my meds.
七神が確立される前のこと。
A story from before the rise of the Seven.
お前
Okay.
の目標でもないが、お前の旅に少しは意味をもたらすと思うぞ。
待て、これは観光じゃなくて考古学チームだ。人が多すぎる。
It's only 4.5. Come on.
俺の友人
Don't you need more people than that to do like an archaeological like dig anyway?
へえ、どんな才能だ？
宝箱を絶対に見逃さないという才能だ。
オイラも得意
確かに役に立つ。
All right, Paimon. All
許
right.
可しよう。で
Pat
は
Pat.
早速、例の渦の魔人が軍玉閣によって鎮圧された場所を見に行こう。何かあるかもしれない。古物や痕跡、魔人のかけらがあればもっといい。とにかくきっと何かしら収穫は
I'm sorry.
はずだ。
This is the most unsubtle Fatui agent ever. Okay, the Fatui are gathering like the physical remains of gods to experiment on, and he just straight up says, "I'm looking for a piece of the god's limb." All right, bro. I thought that was something the Fatui were keeping on the down low, but apparently not. Bruh. And yeah, because I mean, can't fault a guy for trying. That's right, like, bro. Hey, Coral, how are you doing? There's a chest up here I missed? Since when? Did I just walk right past it? Wait, no? Is it here? Aha! Dottore would give him so many raises. That's not right. Like, we're Matt. How are you? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty okay. I am eepy, but I'm really excited to play more Genshin Story. On stream with you guys and get to talk about all my blurbos. Oh, Coral. Zhongli is now like, I don't think this was intended from the beginning, but also nothing's been changed, so I wouldn't call it a retcon, it's just new. Zhongli is now like explicitly DID coded, which I can info dump about more after this little cutscene if you want. I'm so excited by it. I'm so excited!
景色の話じゃない。あんな対戦があった後なら何か違和感を覚えるところがあるはずなんだが、今はどこから探せばいいかもわからんな。
ここは幸運閣、魔人、もしくは魔人戦争の歴史を研究したければ、ここが最高の場所になる。伝説によると、元王帝君は岩の槍を海に投げ、魔人を封印した。その岩の槍が長年の風化を受けて今の景色となった。
こんな大きい山が元王帝君の武器？
俺たちが見ているのは氷山の一角に過ぎない。あの時帝君が投げた槍の数も体積もこれをはるかに超えている。ただ角度の違いやそれから海水や重力の影響でその多くは海の底に沈んだんだ。そのため
Oh, Medi! We should also look at, because if names, like names carrying fate, then each archon have it going by different names is relevant too, for sure. And then... But then also, you know, like Zebai, and then I think that also shows in Zebai's altars, right? Like, when the three deadly selves split, they all picked a different name that was half of Zebai's name and half not. Because they weren't fully letting go of Zebai's story and fate, but they were acknowledging that now they're different. That's interesting. And then, wait! And then Zhongli did that too, where he took half of his name from someone else except Zibai, because Zichao, Ziji, Ziju, they were taking the names of their original self or their former self and their future self, I guess, but you know what I mean. So they took the first half. Zhongli was taking it from someone else's name, so he took the second half. Ooh. Ooh.
わかったわ。では案内するわ。
あ、珍しいものを見つけたら、そうだな。対岸で落ち合おう。あの古い魔人は元素の痕跡を残したはずだ。それを辿ってみるといい。
おう、元素視覚で確認してみようぜ。
Pokemon from ads, Coral, my friend, can you hear yet? If so, then I may very unceremoniously take literally right the second to go on that info dump, because it's so good! Hey, Twilight. Actually, I'll just Yay, freedom! Hey, welcome back! Alright, before I open the chest, we will go on our brief info dump. So, Zebai, this girl, she is very explicitly and definitely on purpose DID coded. However, I misunderstood the actual, like, timeline of her story, and therefore misassigned, certain aspects, like what parts of her story were allegories for what part of, like, the DID process. So, what we learn from this character's story is it gives a much clearer view. So the way that Zhongli describes it when he first introduces us to who Zebai was is he says that Zebai was a practitioner or like a user of a technique called the 3 deadly selves, in which you sever 3 impure parts of yourself away and are left with a pure self. However, that's not what Zebai did or does. So, very interesting that he described it to us that way, to my memory. I might be... Wait, actually, let me double check. Let's double check that. Let me fact check myself before I keep going. So... if... My goodness. Where are you? Here it is. So he describes it here. Trapped inside. Do not burden yourself. Still with him has traveled through the sea of stars. The being within the shadow was one of the 3 deadly selves she severed before her death. Okay. The 3 deadly selves is a practice used by those engaged in spiritual cultivation. The intent is to sever the 3 vice-laden mortal selves to reveal one's true, pure self beneath. Okay. So... the way that I interpreted this, and I think most people interpreted this, is that Zebai was a pure being who had severed her 3 deadly selves before her death. And therefore, when she shattered and Istaroth, like, assigned, and Istaroth trapped each deadly self somewhere different in order to preserve them, that was, like, the pure self also being shattered and then being, kind of distributed amongst the deadly selves, if that makes sense. It was complicated and a little convoluted, but that's the way that it sounded based off the way Zhongli described it, which, again, is that there are 3 deadly selves that are severed in elsewhere. There's a pure self who remains on the mortal plane, and then Zebai died, and the 3 deadly selves were preserved by the goddess of time. Is the way that it sounded. However, what we learn from this character story, is that Zebai did not learn the 3 deadly selves technique. Zebai, in fact, wasn't able to do it until a specific thing happened. So, in a long time past, when Zebai descended upon the mortal world as an envoy for the moons, she was a communicator between Celestia and humans. An angel. And so, yeah. She befriended a being most unusual. Though he bore the semblance of a mortal man, he could ride the clouds and mist, move mountains and fill seeds, shatter rocks, and grind jade to dust. But while he could rule as a divine, he was not an angel, which confused Zebai. One day, when they met, Zebai did not find her friend. She heard a distant rumble on the horizon, and when she followed the sound, she discovered 3 identical figures aloft in the clouds engaged in a fierce confrontation. Amidst the clashing of their blades, she could hear, faintly, a battle cry, "The Lord of Geo, Heaven's Star." Before long, the fighting ended, and the 3 figures merged into one, alighting before her. It was none other than her astonishing friend, Zhongli. This matter piqued Zebai's curiosity, and her friend did not withhold his secrets, imparting them most generously. She came to learn of the ancient art of the 3 deadly selves. These so-called deadly selves are impure thoughts and wicked desires that pollute the practitioner's mind. To cast them aside is to glimpse the unmarred self, pure and clean. But Zebai, as an envoy of heaven in the 3 moons, an angel, harbored no such wayward thoughts, so she couldn't sever her 3 deadly selves. Her friend simply remarked, "The will of heaven shifts and does not stay." A reminder that Zebai is a servant and a creation of the will of heaven, while white clouds drift and turn to hounds of gray. So, and though she didn't know, human emotions surreptitiously would take root in her heart as she went on the journey of guiding humanity. So that's the white clouds drifting to turn to hounds of gray, is the human emotions taking root in her heart. She's not human. She's not immortal, amortal. She's not meant to experience human love, loss, and grief. You know, she was meant to be an emissary, sort of like an impartial guide, but she ended up becoming very human at heart. And so she, to me, that's the allegory for like the chronic trauma that leads to you developing dissociation as a maladaptive behavior, therefore leading to you like developing DID in childhood in its covert form. And it's like, okay, but so she couldn't split her 3 deadly selves, so when did they become a thing? When divine punishment descended upon the nation she cherished, the celestial nail that killed her, resentment, fear, and sadness gnawed at her soul like maggots feeding on rotting scraps of flesh. In that moment, she severed her 3 deadly selves. An act through which she would abandon her former self, lie hidden among the mortals, and keep kindled a final chance for vengeance against the heavens. So that's really interesting, that either the celestial nail is what led to the shattering of her soul, and therefore the severance of the 3 deadly selves, or she did what the Lord of Geo did, where in order to fight against the Celestial Nail, she, as a combat strategy, split her 3 deadly selves, and then was killed anyway. Or she was halfway through that and didn't succeed, because you'll notice if we... Hang on. Where's another Hilly Churl? I have a thing to show you. If we do her ult, you'll notice that you can see the 3 versions of her, like, briefly overlapping each other. And I think that, and we know that her ult is the like attack or the movement or whatever that she used in order to stop the Celestial Nail. So what I think happened now is that she severed her 3 deadly selves, but again, it wasn't that she severs the 3 deadly selves and leaves behind a pure being. It's that she just split herself into 3. The same way that Zhongli did in that battle. It wasn't described as there being 4 identical figures, 3 fighting and 1 standing pure above the clouds. It was just described as 3, meaning there is no pure, unfettered self. Not for Zhongli and not for her. And then she died anyway, and so those are the 3, that's the reason that Istaroth, hid her away in 3 parts. It's not because she was broken into 3 parts by the Celestial Nail, nor because she was like ripped into 3 parts like for any other reason. She ripped herself into 3 parts in order to try her best to win. She did not succeed though, which is really interesting. So basically all that's a really long way of saying I did not realize that Zhongli was the one that showed her the 3 deadly selves technique, nor that he practiced it himself. And also, it's very interesting that Zhongli describes it to the traveler as a means of exposing your pure, unfettered self, when again, when he practiced it, there was no pure unfettered self. Her friend, yeah. 3 identical figures aloft in the clouds, not 4. So 3 impure figures that make up a whole, and then at the end, they all merged into one. They didn't go back to a 4th guy and merge with that guy. You know, those 3 combined to make the entirety of Rex Lapis. So there is no pure unfettered self to be exposed, is what I think that's communicating. And I think that could be an allegory for how a lot of people thought that the cure for DID is to eventually coalesce into a singular identity and just not have any level of dissociation anymore. But now we know that actually functional multiplicity is the realistic way for systems to like heal and stuff like that, right? So that's what I think that's an allegory for, which is really cool. So yeah, her developing human emotions in her time as an emissary, as she kind of grew into modern Zebai, who has feelings and loves people and humanity and all that stuff. Chronic trauma that leads to covert DID. The celestial nail, the crisis of the celestial nail hitting is an allegory for like when the pressure gets so strong that your system can't be covert anymore. Then her splitting the 3 deadly selves in that moment is your system cracking, your system exposing itself, you figuring out names and identities and all that stuff. And then an element that I actually, just as I was talking through this, realized is that the 3 deadly selves being separated from each other as a means of protection for them by Istaroth, by the goddess of time, I think is an allegory for that period of denial that you go through after your system cracks. Like, even though you, under this pressure, exposed all these parts of yourself, like, you still managed to be in denial of them for a really long time. And it really is just time of knowingly being a system that, like, allows you to come to terms with things and learn how to actually function without repressing yourself. And so I think that the 3 deadly selves being so separated from each other by the goddess of time is a really good metaphor for that, even if not on purpose. And then obviously, like, us getting Zebai back together into a singular entity that still has the 3 selves showing themselves in turn with, like, the different eye colors and stuff like that, but being in the same body, then is the allegory for the process of integration. Zebai needed those 2,000 something years in order to heal herself. And in order for all 3 of her deadly selves to get to know themselves, heal themselves, and be able to cooperate and live with each other and operate as a group, you know, and be Zebai together. And I think that's really beautiful, and I love her very much. We also know that Chi-Chi is a single deadly self in a zombie vessel being held together by adeptal magic. So, and then again, we know that Zhongli is, sort of like a healed system, right? He at will separate himself into the 3 deadly selves and then will recombine them when needed. And because, you know, when you're a system, there are times where you need to operate as one guy, or you need to just be one person, or you need to just be Basil. But there are also times where you do need every part of yourself to have its own voice and have its own autonomy in a situation, you know? I just think it's really cool. So now, through introducing the concept of the 3 deadly selves, we now have, like, the 3 stages of being a system, right? We have you being the solo alter, being confused and not knowing what's going on with you. You have the system that has discovered all the parts of themselves, but didn't accept it for a really long time, and now has finally accepted them and is in the process of going through living life together as a group. And then you have Zhongli, who represents kind of the ideal future that a lot of systems want. It's so good! It's so good! I love this game. I love this game. And yeah, Celestia being the abusive parents in this metaphor. Which is kind of fun. We know who we're saving up for now as well. Yeah! Oh wait, I'm supposed to be using Elemental Sight right now or something. Oh, or am I just supposed to defeat these monsters? Probably. Is there another chest here or something? No? No. Oh! Aha! Aha! Hello. I wish you luck in your saving process, my friend. It is in fact brutal. Oh, hello.
真ん中のあれに魔人の力が残っているからだろう。しかし水星の原型人かただの石板か。その割には模様が独特だな。
あ
あ。これで何かしら情報をつかめるはずだ。戻るぞ。
あんた本当に考古学者か？何も知らないじゃないか。
Okay, rude. First of all.
術量に先行ありって言うでしょ。ちゃんと説明してるじゃない。
喧嘩はやめろよ。何があったんだ？
こいつ考古学者なのにこの辺りの遺跡について何にも知らないんだよ。むしろ俺の方が詳しいくらいだ。だから俺の勘と経験で価値のありそうなものを持ってくることしかできなかった。ああ、時間の無駄だったかもしれない。
Is guessing not experience?
私はずっと塩の魔人の研究をしてたんだから詳しくないのも仕方ないでしょ。
It is pretty strange, to be fair. If you're claiming to be okay, this literally could have been solved if just instead of claiming to be an archaeological expert, she claimed to be an expert on the goddess of salt. It would have been that easy. I don't know, bro.
二人とも少し落ち着け。お互い見つけたものを一緒に確認しよう。そちらが見つけたものは確かに渦の魔人の影響で岸に上がったものだが、魔人とは関係がないな。残念だが、この海域にもともとあったものだ。一方、俺たちが見つけた石板には不思議な模様がある。魔人の力も残っているな。研究に役立つと思うぞ。
早くそれを俺に渡せ。これで収穫はありだな。魔人の力。
Very subtle, Clement. Yeah, he's definitely a Dottore guy. Okay.
少しは金になると思うし、古文料を回収できるはずだ。全部俺のものだからな。
魔人の力がないと研究価値がないのか？
私が塩の魔人の歴史を研究しているのは
I completely missed this the first time. That's crazy. That he's just blatantly fishing around for
バカ言え。俺はスネージナへの考古学研究員だ。正真正銘な。
Yeah, you're trying to collect the strength of the gods.
あのコップは売らない方が。
It's not even about getting. I mean, like maybe Dottore hasn't told him enough, and he just has told him that he's gonna pay him a lot for that. But I don't know.
七星を敵に回したくなければ。
Ningguang's personal teacup!
金
Holy
になる
shit.
と思ったのに。
ほらまたお金の話。
だったらなんだって言うんだ。研究成果も金もどっちも得るに越したことないじゃないか。さあ、ここは終わりにするぞ。
Again, sell like
そうだ。塩の魔人。
clearly selling to Dottore. Bruh!
次は
Dottore
地球の
sucks!
塩に
Bruh, I get he's your boss and whatever, but come on! All this just for your 9 to 5? Bootlicker! Bootlicker! Cringe, 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 cringe. You would not catch me dead. Sailing off to another country and crawling around for God's remains for my fucking corporate job. Just to go back and sell them to a military leader? Nuh-uh. No ma'am, no sir, no nothing. Oh. Leave me alone.
塩はかつて塩の魔人の民が暮らしていた場所だと聞いた。ああ、きっと価値のある文化財も多いだろうな。
伝説によると、
Bro, shut up.
塩の魔人ペイリアの加護を受けた民は確かに幸せな暮らしをしていた。しかしこの伝説は古くからあり、ここに来た宝刀団も数知れない。価値のあるものはほとんど残っていないだろう。
来なければよかったな。
実は洞窟
Can we just kill this guy?
塩の魔人関連の遺跡があるの。それが地中の塩の由来にもなっているらしいわ。ただ遺跡の入り口は封印されているみたいで入れないのよ。関係のありそうな装置は見つけたけど、解除しても封印は微動だにしなくて、その封印の由来も解除方法も塩の魔人の研究にとって重要な課題になっているわ。
Oh, did Zhongli place the seal? Is that another thing that I missed the first time I played through this quest?
の多くは真実を隠すために存在するものよ。けど、塩の魔人は優しく力もあって、みんなに愛されていた。見せられないものなどない。
Well, yeah, she's dead. She's not exactly gonna place a seal on her own grave, is she?
犯人のモラクスだと私は考えているわ。
ガンオーテイ君はそんなことしないと思うけど。
そんなのどうだっていい。それよりその遺跡には塩の魔人の宝物があるんだろうな。
人の話を聞きなさいって。あったとしても封印を解かないと入れないわよ。
Yeah, because Zhongli, like, trying to preserve these ruins also reminds me of how he put so much, like, time and energy and money into collecting everything that had to do with Zebai until he was able to reunite all the different pieces of her, you know?
封印に関する言い伝えは雑然としているように見えるが、実は解除の仕方もちゃんと伝わっているんだ。封印と関係がありそうな装置の話をしていたな。まずはそれを
Like, he really does care about every being that's on Tevat, including the ones that he killed. It's just, you know, if they broke a contract, then, like, I guess it's just like, yeah, if they're willing to break a promise, then they aren't safe to be around, you know, the people of Tevat who are trying to pursue freedom from Celestia and stuff, I guess, is kind of why he's just so brutal when they do break a contract, you know? Right, because there are other... Are there? I was gonna say, there are other gods, but there's not. Really?
ヒント通りにある角度から見ると装置は解除できる。
Oh, I hate these.
月がよく見えない。天雷が悪を打ちに行ったのかしら。
You have to like position the camera right. There we go.
ほら、解除できたのに封印は微動だにしないの。
Interesting that the seals can be activated just by like looking at them.
もう一つ。ここ。ああ、変わった元素石碑があったわ。これも関係があったのね。封印を調べるために神の目を持った人を雇ったんだけど、石碑に明かりをつけた後何も起こらなかったのよね。
ここの石碑は正しい順番で明かりをつけないと封印の解除ができない。そしてヒントは魔人戦争に関する文章の中にある。南は天候、東は陽光、西は絶運、北は計策。広いリーウェに居場所がない。
Whoa. All desolate and devoid of life. Liyue is vast, but one haven is hard to find. Yeah. I mean, you know, in Mondstadt too, Mondstadt's huge, but there's only 2, like, towns. But yeah, in Sumeru, there are a lot more... Yeah, in Sumeru and in Inazuma, there are a lot more human settlements than there are in Mondstadt and Liyue. Huh. I never clocked that before. South, east, west, north. Okay.
それ聞いたことがある。
ああ、この文章は潮の魔人とも関係がある。この優しい神は苦しむ民に居場所を与えるためリーユエ各地を歩き回った。しかし、
She was doing the same thing that Zhongli was trying to, or Rex Lapis was trying to do.
かなり贅沢なものだった。最後、彼女が見つけたのは今の地中の潮という場所だ。
South, east, west, north.
でもその安らぎもモラクスに壊された。
そんな古臭い伝説の話よりも早く封印を解除しよう。せっかく
Shut
ヒントがあるんだから。
up!
さあさあ。
We gotta just kill this guy. He
陽
sucks.
光は東、絶運は
South,
西。
east, west, north. It spells out sown.
このヒントがあれば
Interesting.
お前もわかるだろ。ああ、俺が案内しよう。
Where? Hello? Ah. South. Why? South. Okay. East. West. North. No. Thank you. And off we go. Ooh, very pretty animation.
さすが勝利殿。
多少知識があっただけだ。さあ、封じられた秘密を明らかにする時が来た。
I like the idea that, like, in this group of people, Zhongli would be like, well, Traveler, take it away. And then Traveler has to go to Mondstadt, find Fischl or Lisa, and, like, beg them, like, can you walk with me to Liyue so you can light up 4 monuments in a row? I can't use Electro by myself. I mean, my Traveler can, but, you know. Canonic, like, timeline-wise, this takes place before Inazuma. I'm 90% sure.
契約を結んでほしい。内容は順番に物を取る。一度に1点のみ。誠意を示すため、俺はカウントしなくていい。
Oh, Paimon's not gonna like that the traveler doesn't want to take any. Yeah, it is a funny visual, right? Yep, knew it.
俺は認めない。この半人前の考古学者と収穫を当分しろってか？ありえない。
それはこっちのセリフよ。塩の魔人の文化財が台無しになるわ。絶対に無理。
もし契約を結べないのなら顧問を降りるしかないな。この遺跡にある宝と罠の対処は2人の判断に任せる。
それは分かった。塩の魔人の宝物だ。
Okay, buddy.
十分金になるだろう。
契約に応じてもいいけど、勝利殿、一つ条件があるわ。塩の魔人の真相を見つけたら、たとえモラクスに不利なことであっても公正に判断してほしい。
その条件なら受け入れよう。では行こうか。
I can't remember if by the end of this he reveals that he's more X or not. I don't think he does. Gotta get violet grass for my Chi-Chi. Ah! Oh, I forgot there's helicore lapis down here too. Slay. Trying to avoid those slimes. The music is so peaceful. I don't want it the Whoa, wait! We get to have Z-By team with Zhongli on it. Yo! Yo! Let's fucking go. Z-By Ilua with geostructures. Unironically really excited. Holy shit. Oh, I forgot about this.
この人たちは塩の魔人の信者だったんだろ
う。なんでこんな風に？
この遺跡に一体何が隠されてるの？
It is kind of crazy though that she sees a bunch of people that have been turned into salt, and then she doesn't go, "Hey, maybe the goddess of salt is the one that fucked this up." Zhong Pillar resonates with the moon. Ooh, just like how my Zhong Pillar resonates with your mom. Oh! Laugh.
花と酒を手に景色を堪能しよう。いざ。
Am I? Is this unironically how I'm supposed to get up there? No, definitely not. Oh, it's supposed to I'm supposed to get up there. You know, the place that doesn't have a giant hole in front of it. Yeah, that one. Okay, cool. Them making this what looks like a very climbable wall not climbable is really funny. That wasn't to laugh. Yes, it was. Did I make the rules? No! No! Wait, don't disappear, don't disappear, don't disappear. Fuck. Okay. That would have been so embarrassing. Can you disappear already? Or did I just like not place it right? No, okay. I don't remember when he unlocks the second pillar. There's a constellation of his that does that. I'll krill you. Please? You placed it in the wall, yeah. Because he should have C3, and I'm pretty sure C1 is when he gets a second pillar? Whoa, that's crazy.
その通りだ。
無限の塩を生み出すなんて、やっぱり塩の魔人の力はすごいわ。
ここまで苦労してやっと見つけたお宝だ。こいつは
Hey! No, 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 no.
無限に出てくる塩。それを売るだけで十分に儲かるはずだ。
塩の魔人の遺産をそんなことに使わないでくれる？
クリメント殿がそれを欲するなら契約に従って次は彼女がもらう。
They should have agreed on who got something first before they came down here, because Jesus Christ.
契約に従い、奪い合いはやめておくわ。
では先に進もう。
Yeah, personally, if I was really into the goddess of salt, and I managed to make my way into her home, and I found a lot of people praying on their knees that were turned into salt, I would instantly think that the goddess of salt, like, had a villain arc. I would not just be like, wow, I can't believe Morax did this. Oh, yep, just keep standing there. Is there another? Oh, do I just have to kill them too? Bro. Or does it want me to place the two separate pillars instead of the way I did it? Fuck! Oh, that's so embarrassing! That's so embarrassing! No! No! You're kidding me! Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you! Dang it, now I kinda want Zhongli again. I said I wasn't gonna pull for him, but now I kinda want to. Damn. What? Oh my god! Open the door! Stop having it be closed! Okay. Guys, I might be fucking stupid and it's okay. Can I... Can I not... oh, it'll literally unlock the next room we go through. Never mind. Whoa. We love you anyway. Thank you. I love you too, mom, mom, mom.
その通り。しかしこれにも塩の魔人の力がある。これを地面に刺すと、そこから塩が溢れてくる。
おお。
深く刺すほど得られる塩の量も多い。つまり塩の豊作だ。
それって。
How? You have to pick it up off the ground. How is that better? Like profit-wise? That doesn't make any sense.
それにこいつ何の役にも立ってないし、絶対に認めない。
やっぱりこうなるのか。
つまり契約を破るのか。
だったらなんだ？この遺跡の罠もほとんど分かったし、あんたがいなくても結構。
We should just kill him. He sucks. I've said those exact words so many times this stream, but like, come on. But he didn't just make the rules by himself. You signed a contract. You also made the rules. Bruh. Bruh.
それはリーユエの神だろう。 俺はスネージナヤから聞いた。
スネージナヤ。Shut up。
その身をもって体験するといい。
お。
無事じゃ済まないがな。
Oh, he's a pyro agent in disguise. Interesting. This is overkill. I'm just curious. Where is he? Nope, no. Oh, that's not what I meant to. Fuck! I did my rotation wrong. This is so embarrassing! It's fine. Oh well. We're here for the story, not for my combat abilities. Clearly.
この先に行く資格はない。
Yeah, fuck you, man.
猿がいい。
くそ、覚えてろよ。
Darn you. Weak.
考古学のためとか言って結局嘘だったな。モラは大好きだけど悪いことはしないぞ。
彼は貪欲で間違いを犯した。しかし貪欲の他にも契約を破る原因はまだある。
Hold up. Paimon's gotta be an envoy. She's just gotta. I don't. That feels pretty obvious now that I've said it out loud, but I hadn't said it out loud before, so now I'm saying it out loud. Paimon's definitely an envoy.
渇望する者を前に契約を守れる者はどれほどいるか。これを機にはっきりとさせよう。
あ、何のことだ？
この考古学チームに考古学を目的に来た者はいない。
どうしてそう言えるの？
お前は考古学の初歩的な知識も文化財もよく知らないが、潮の魔人に関する知識だけはかなり詳しい。考古学や文化財よりも潮の魔人自身に興味があるのだろう。またお前が話した潮の魔人の伝説もその多くは銀元朝に伝わっている。
それ以上言わないで。勝利殿はやっぱり物知りなのね。何もかも見抜かれてるわ。そう、私は考古学者ではなくリーユエ七星八門の一つ、営業を担当する銀元朝の者よ。私たちの祖先はかつて魔人戦争中に潮の魔人に守られた民だった。
確かにモラクスっていう名前を口にするリーユエ人はめったにいないもんな。
戦争中モラクスが私たちの神を殺した。潮の魔人の力を奪うために。憎いわ。でもリーユエはモラクスのリーユエ。歴史だって改ざんされてるに決まってる。だから証明したいの。モラクスが悪で残酷な一面もあるってことを。契約に従って真実をちゃんと公正に判断してくれるわね、勝利殿。
もちろんだ。それにリーユエは
Thanks, Zhongli. Thanks, bro.
ついてこい。
That's really helpful. He's like, okay, I agree that Morax is a heartless murderer, but he's dead now. Just a reminder, bestie. He's so stupid. I love him. Reminder that reminder that Zhongli is Morax, in case anyone is only kind of, because I know there are people that just kind of like pop in and out of streams and stuff. So just in case anyone missed when we did Liawa's story, this guy is Morax. Thanks for being in my ears. Like, got all the things. Catch you soon. Good night. Good night. Hope you get very good sleep, Iron. Hey, Twilight. Oh. Okay, bye, Twilight. Man, yeah, I miss having Zhongli now. Okay. So, can we do a rotation now? 5! Eat. Oh, no, I can't, can I? No, I can't. Oh, okay, maybe not. I'm too scatterbrained to execute the blender. I did take my meds. Did I take my meds twice? I think I'm fine.
This is 壊れた剣よ。これが証拠よ。潮の魔人は抵抗した。ただモラクスには勝てなかったんだわ。潮入れや定規に比べてこの剣の力はもっと強大でしょうね。 もし直すことができれば潮の魔人の力をみんなに見せる
Oh,
ことができる。
Twilight brought me a sock. Hi, baby. Thank you.
後に残されたものに見えるな。
剣の断片が2つ。考古学的な見地から言うと、それは2つの文化。
Blender, you should be able to just hydro zhongli, and the pillars will rock or lunar crystallize to resonate with the pillar. Gotcha.
だってクリメントのやつはもう。
Thank you. I don't even know what I was overcomplicating it to in my head. I just was.
同時に2つもらうのは契約違反になる。
Girls, a contract.
それは。
なあ、勝利、悪意はないんだし、少し融通を聞かせたら？
契約に融通はない。守るか破るかだけだ。
ダメ。半分だけもらって。
Thanks for redeeming your daily ticket, Coral. And thank you for the hydrate. Hydrate yourself too, please. Everyone in chat, hydrate yourselves, please.
何が何でも契約違反になっても構わないわ。
And I shall stretch as we watch this next part because it's very important.
岩食いの刑を受けることになるぞ。
構わない。民を守るため犠牲になった潮の魔人と比べたらそんなの大したことないわ。どんな処罰でも構わない。私の信仰を守れるなら。
女性を殴っちゃダメだ。
それで許されるのなら楽だけどな。罰として真相を教えよう。
真相？真相が私への罰？
ああ。これから話す真相はお前が契約を破った代価だ。残念だが潮の魔人ヘウリアは強い魔人ではない。むしろ弱い。譲歩ばかりしてきた彼女は七神の座には登れない。敗者だ。
なんですって？
魔人戦争時代、魔人たちはテイバット大陸を奪い合い、力と知恵を尽くし戦った。しかしヘウリアは逃げることを選んだ。逃げれば戦火の影響は自分と民たちに波及しないと思った。しかし長い戦争の中で譲歩は終わらない。そうしてヘウリアは土地を全て失い、最後の居場所しか残らなくなった。
いや、そんなのありえない。
最後彼女は民を守る武器すら持っていなかった。
武器すらない？でもこの剣は。
ああ、それは潮の魔人の遺物ではなく彼女を殺した凶器だ。
凶器？違う、嘘よ。私の信仰を惑わすつもりなのね。
事実を述べたまでだ。
そんなバカな。さてはあなたもモラクスの信者なのね。騙されないわ。
Hello! Hello, Raiders, welcome in. Hello, my name is... Hello, my friends. Hey, Benji, good to see ya. Hi, guys. Words. Hello. My name is Basilia. I am a real-life DID system who, creates... Thank you for the follow, Mellow Apple Juice. I create VTuber models, I yap, I play Stardew Valley, I play Hollow Knight, I play all sorts of stuff. Thank you so much for rating me. We are currently, going through the main story of Genshin, or the story of Genshin Impact. This is a character story that supplements the main story. For anyone noticing, this is a character named Zhongli, who I always liked DID headcanons for because he has 3 names / personas, but they weren't explicitly DID coded until a previous update that introduced a new concept, and now he's explicitly DID coded, which is really cool. Him and 2 other characters are through yeah, really cool stuff. Since I know that you guys came in with the Amethyst system, I figured you guys would be interested in knowing that. So we now have Zibai, Zhongli, and Chi-Chi, who are all DID systems, which is really cool. I really love them. And what we learned is, well, anyway, but that's besides the actual point of where we are right now in the story. Where we are right now in the story, we learned the truth of what happened to a goddess who was said to have been murdered by Morax, but she wasn't. She was not a powerful, benevolent goddess. She was benevolent, but she wasn't powerful. Throughout the entire war, she consistently fled, gave up her land to stronger gods that she knew that she couldn't defeat in battle. And she was killed by someone other than Morax using this weapon that we can see in the background. And that is as much as we have learned thus far. Ads are coming up in 5 minutes. I am going to let them play in 5 minutes. Run to the bathroom and stuff. But for the next 5 minutes, we're going to continue the story. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. And I can do a more robust recap after the ad break if anyone desires. But if you guys are already feeling caught up enough, then we will simply keep trucking. Thank you so much for raiding. Amethyst, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to. Take care of yourself, and I hope everybody has a great time. On we go. Wait! Oh, Zhongli and Venti. Both Zhongli and Venti's story quests centered around them trying to, like, maintain the whimsy of somebody, you know? Venti spent the entire quest keeping up Stanley's lies, which is a story quest that we did right before this one. Venti spent the entire quest keeping up Stanley's lies so that Jack could still feel that, like, sense of, like, adventure and stuff like that, and like keep his desire to become like an adventurer. And Zhongli spent the entire quest trying to preserve this girl's perception of the goddess of salt, even though it literally like hurt him. He sat there and listened to this woman call him like a heartless murderer and stuff for hours. And it wasn't until she broke the terms and conditions that he was like, okay, you're wrong. That's very interesting There's so many similarities between Zhongli and Venti that I really like. Where did she run off to? This way? This way. Salt and betrayal.
俺を信じられないなら先へ進むしかない。あの時の出来事、この扉の先にある痕跡がそれを記録している。
And he still really cares about her, He's not telling her the truth just to hurt her. It's just that it's the truth, Like he is, it is hurting her, but he's not telling it to her just to be cruel, And he's not like amping up the cruelty of the truth either. He's just showing her what happened,
ここだ。ヘウリアだったものが崩れ、塩しか残っていない。これが彼女の最後だ。物語の続きだ。彼女の民はこの優しい魔人では誰も守れないと気づいた。魔人戦争は残酷だ。破れた苦痛を味わわせるよりも、彼らは彼女を自由にしたかった。
でもこの彫像たちはどういうこと？
どんな弱い魔人であろうと、それが死ぬ時に流れ出る力は凡人の体では耐えられるものではない。逃げられなかったものがこんな風になってしまったんだ。 生き残った民は領地を離れ、元王帝君の庇護を求めるためリーユへに行った。その子孫たちはヘイウリアが残した魔人残死による呪いを恐れ、ここに戻って彼女の怒りが静まるようにと剣を折って彼女に奉納した。だが本当はする必要もなかったんだ。最後まで抵抗しなかった魔人が自分の民に怒りを抱くわけないだろ。
それでも受け入れられないわ。嘘よ、偽りの歴史を。何もかも私の信仰は揺るがない。
今回も容赦ないな。
それが彼女の払う代価だ。が悪いことばかりでもない。
Okay, bit of an awkward spot to stop, but, oh wait, no. Have ads started? No, they haven't. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say ads started. No, they haven't.
すぐに納得できなくても事実を知ることはいいことだ。鋭いな。まあ俺が人より少し長生きしているだけのことだ。亡くなった神を信仰するのは
Faith in a god who's already passed will do you no good.
モラクスでも皆同じだ。
Oh, now ads have started. Okay. Before I go to the bathroom though, yeah, worshipping a god who does not exist will do you no good. Faith in a god who's already passed will do no good. Again, that's another similarity between Zhongli's story quest and Venti's, you know? And again, like, kind of another way to describe the difference between what fake Stanley did for real Stanley and what Venti did for his dead friend is that Venti isn't treating his dead friend like he's still alive, you know? He's not still, like, worshipping a person who's already passed, and he wasn't allowing people to worship someone who already passed. They were still worshipping Barbados, him. They weren't worshipping the dead friend, or the, like, even though they looked the same, there are no allusions to the people of Mondstadt that Barbados is an ordinary bard or anything like that, you know? Whereas what Stanley was doing was, like, kind of making it so people still worship, you know, like worship a person who's passed. Very interesting, very interesting. Anyway, I am gonna go pee. I am no longer pissing. How are we doing, chat? I hope we are all doing well, I hope everyone's keeping themselves hydrated and such as we have our story time. And if not, grrr. Grrr. Alright, but only 10 seconds left in the ad break. Nice. Nice. Bro fucking Godwin? Huh? What? Bro fucking Godwin? Oh, like an NPC named Godwin sucks? I hate him. Who's Godwin? I don't remember Godwin. Hanwin, Godwin, Genshin Impact. The current Grandmaster. Huh? Oh! No, sorry. The wiki displays the like preview. It displays one of his dialogue bits. But because it's just on, hang on. Look at the way that this appears. Look at the way that this appears on Google. Hang on. This pisses me off. Godwin. He is the current Grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius. Of all the people in Mondstadt, he's the most deserving of trust and admiration. I was like, huh? But yeah, no, Glory's boyfriend. Right. For people who don't know, Godwin is a knight in Mondstadt who is artificially extending his time on expedition because he's too much of a wuss to break up with his girlfriend. But the thing is, he's not... But the thing is, like... He's, like, in Mondstadt. He's not on it. Like, when I say artificially, he's pretending to be out on expedition, but he really is just back home. And his girlfriend is blind, so he can avoid her really easily. And he literally asks you, the traveler, to, like, go deliver a fake message to her that's like, hey, babe, I'm still on expedition, missed you, love you. And it's like, fuck you. Fuck you. Anyway, back to the story. Welcome back from the ads, my friends. I would like to go with you on a trip, Mr. Zhongli.
Ah. ここに来て、そして昔話をして、ふと懐かしい思いに駆られたんだ。
Also, like, it really breaks my heart because, you know, the people that survived Havria's assassination came to Zhongli for refuge, and he gave it to them. Only for their descendants to, another one of their descendants to come in thousands of years later and accuse him of killing her, you know? Like, he protected her ancestors and she doesn't even know. And that's obviously, like, I mean, he's a 6,000-year-old god. He's definitely even older than 6,000 years old from what we know of him. So I'm sure he's used to there being misconceptions about him and his rule over Liyue, but that's still really heartbreaking, you know? He what? That's what I'm saying, Bongos. It's fucking crazy. He sucks. Hang on. Where is this bitch? Where is he? Isn't he wandering around Windrise like a fucking idiot bitch boy? Where is he? Sorry, I shouldn't say bitch boy. That's like a, isn't that like a conservative? I like it because it's alliterative, but like I'm pretty sure bitch boy is like becoming like a fucking incel believer dog whistle, you know what I mean? Like the way that simp used to be, like, before it got memed, like it was like an incel culture, like, slur, basically. The right took bitch boy from, I don't know. There he is! Fuck you, 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 fuck you. You suck, you suck, you suck, I hate you. I'm on an exploratory reconnaissance mission. Do you need help with anything? I don't think I've seen you in the city before. Oh, you wouldn't have. I belong to an elite squadron of the Knights of Favonius, handpicked and reporting directly to Grandmaster Varka himself. Our job is to be out on the front line defending Mondstadt. We're always called on top priority missions, so we hardly have time to hang about in the city. Speaking of which, have you ever met a girl called Glory? Who's Glory? Glory's the girl I love. She likes sitting on a bench, listening to the sounds of the wind and feeling the warmth of another body next to hers. That's what she said anyway. If you see her around the city, please... Ugh, never mind. There's no need to bother you. And you're like, what's this guy up to? What do you mean? And then I've met Glory. Let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to Glory. Check in on her. Make sure she's okay. You know, let's sit with Glory. I don't recognize your voice. Are you a traveler from afar? Though I can't see, I'm always here to listen if there's anything you need. Who are you? Sorry, where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Glory. I come here often, waiting for Godwin to come back. I pray he manages to avoid those rotten hilly trails and the Abyss Order on the way, so he can come back and be with me soon. I'm rambling again. Sorry, it's just so nice having someone to talk to. Who's Godwin? He's the man I love. He's with the Knights, and he's away with Grandmaster Varka Expedition. It was hard to let him go, but I was so proud of him managing to join Varka's expedition party. Sadly, I don't know when the expedition's supposed to end. All I can do is wait here for him. I hate him! He asked for leave from the expedition from Varka. Varka asked him to go ask Jean, and he never asked Jean. So Jean thinks he's on the expedition still. Or Jean thought he was on the expedition the whole time. And, again, like, this is... He was here. He was here, like, by the main road. He's, like, barely... He's, like, a 45-minute walk away from Glory. He's, like, he sucks. Bongos, he sucks so much. You have no idea how much everyone hates this guy. Because he sucks! And again, like, he lies to the traveler. He's like, oh, she's the girl I love and I miss her so much, but, you know, I just don't know. Timmy, yeah, Timmy. Just like, yeah, but, you know, I'm on a mission. No, the fuck you're not. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Where are you, you stupid bitch? I just walked and saw you. There, see, I even passed him. How did you miss this? Honestly... It's for the best that you did. I'm sorry that I'm the one that had to let you in on the horrors of Godwin. He sucks. He sucks. Thanks for listening to me. Fuck you. Oh, and all you have to show for your expedition. And he's sitting there going, oh, Glory, I love you, Glory. I miss you, Glory. No, you don't. Because if you did, you'd go and talk to her, you fucking idiot. This is very... Hey, Medi. Are you also seeing the parallels between me and my ex that I'm feeling at the moment? Or am I fucking crazy? Am I fucking crazy, or do we see that? Guys. Yeah. Unfortunately not crazy. Yeah, oh well. Bongos, I can... I'll try to summarize the story as we go up to meet Mr. Zhongli. I had an ex that wasn't spending time with me anymore, and I figured it was just because they weren't doing well, and I was willing to be... I was like, you know, I knew breaking up was a possibility. Like, if they just didn't have time for me, long distance is hard. But that's okay. It's just like, but they haven't made the call yet, and I'm gonna trust them to make that call when they need to. And then they broke up with me over text, and so I reached out to, like, a mutual friend of ours, like, their best friend, roommate, and was like, hey, just want to ask, like, what do you know about this? Something about this isn't sitting right with me. And she's like, oh, so fun fact, they didn't tell me that you two are dating. They told me that they're dating a girl named Lily, and that you two were just friends. I was like, ah, okay, cool. And then she's like, yeah, it's because they knew that I wouldn't be cool with them dating you, and so they hid it. So, but, you know, oh, oops. You know, the thing of just, like, making up a bullshit story in order to justify not spending time with your partner, claiming it's out of love for said partner that you're avoiding. Yeah. Anyway, at least Varka lays down the law with Godwin, though. The anecdote wants me to think this fucker can be redeemed. It does? Oh, interesting. I mean, the thing is, like, he could. Just like, you know. You know. He technically could. Thank you for the follow, Bongos. I appreciate. Yeah, no, I'm never forgiving him. Fuck that. See, guys, if you choose to forgive your ex and stuff, I completely understand you and your emotional journey is valid. However, it is always important for you to have a best friend that will never forgive your ex. I'm gonna be that friend for Glory, even though she's not real.
こで静かに眠らせた方がいい。俺は一つの時代を終わらせた。その歴史をどう記録すればいいかずっと考えていた。歴史は記録できるが、その信憑性
History.
は不確かなものだ。
Whoa!
今回の件はその証明になった。
So he.
歴史をねじ曲げる
Okay, wow. Yeah,
時
no.
間の力とは
History records, but history may be changed. He definitely knows, like, the inner workings of Irminsul and stuff. I think that he's, like, one of the descenders that we learn about in Sumeru. I really do think so. You know? I mean, unless he is still influenced by Irminsul and Lex the Traveler, but I don't know. Well, because, I mean, envoys aren't capital D descenders, right? Envoys aren't Outlanders. But what if he is? I don't know. There's nothing to be clear, there's nothing actually suggesting that he's an Outlander. I just think it would be cool. There's nothing in lore suggesting that he's an Outlander that I personally know of. However, I think it would be cool.
石に刻むのは良い記録だった。しかし変わらない盤石も世界も俺もいつか消えるかもしれない。
勝利。
だからお前のことを思い浮かべたんだ。お前は様々な世界を旅する者。歴史をお前の記憶に刻めば、それはいつか別の世界にも伝わるだろう。
Is it appropriate for me to be like yes or no when you make claims like this? Actually, I would like a yes or no after I say this.
バックアップを得たのと同じだ。
I think that Zhongli saying this is him in code saying that, like, he's not a descender, and in fact that's why he needs to impart this history onto you, because one day if Irminsul gets erased, then he will forget all of this too, and only you will remember. Otherwise, I don't think he'd have gone out of his way to have the Traveler, like, learn all this stuff, so yeah. Unfortunately not an Outlander. Damn! That headcanon lasted for exactly 30 seconds. Oh well. So, I believe that will be a no from you, Mr. Medi. My lore, spoiler when appropriate, dealer. Which I very much appreciate. I believe that is what went down here. Yeah, that's why you wanted us to come with you. Yeah. If he was an Outlander, there would be nothing stopping him from leaving and bringing the history of the world with him, so.
言っただろ。ここには魔人が多く封印されていると。軍玉閣に再び封印された。あの渦の魔人、オセルもな。
Medi.
1000年前、戦乱に
Cutscene
満
first.
ちたリーユエで、俺たちは戦った。魔人が封印された。幸運閣も。1000年の時を経て逸話と伝説しか残っていない。オセル、俺たちは敵同士だが
The wind blowing stronger right now is very interesting.
思い出に過ぎない。ああ、ヘウリアの遺物はお前が飲み込むといい。リーユエ港の霊石はこれで一つなくなった。天地万象、後世に任せるとしよう。
Yeah, he wants to leave himself to history. And again, he's played the role of preserving the history of other gods for the past several thousand years, including Zevi. You know? I truly think that he's the one that kept the part of the Lantern Rite where you send wishes to the White Horse Adeptus, even though no one, like, en masse had been known to see head or tail of her, you know? Like, he also, like, has remembered everything about the Goddess of Salt, but at the same time as he's made this effort to personally preserve the real history of all these incidents, he also, again, just like Venti, is willing to preserve people's faith and wonder in things even when they're not based on facts. Like, he's such a good character. I love him so much. Oh, I'm so glad he's gonna be so plot relevant. Or at least he better be. He's definitely going to be. Yeah. And also, seeing Zebai and Zhongli standing together is really cute. Oh, oops. Hang on. I just wanna... Wait, that's so cute! Wait. They're reading together! Oh, that's so cute! Oh! Wait, can I get even closer up? Hang on. Hang on. Do the idol. Do it! But yeah, it's a no. We know a little bit about the Four Descenders, and he doesn't match any of their, he doesn't match any of them or their face, and he has alibis. Got it. Okay. Thank you, Betty. Are you down for it being like you ask if I want to yes or no each time? Are you down for that? Because I have a feeling it'll just end up varying for me. Cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, they're studying! Aww! This is so cute! Yay! Okay.
もう少しここにいようとも。過去に思いを馳せる機会はそうそうない。魔人戦争の時代、善悪を判断する基準は。
We didn't measure right and wrong during the days of the Archon War the same way we do today. As I am now, I only wish she could have lived in a gentler time. That's such a kind thing to say. I remember this being one of my favorite lines at the beginning of me playing Genshin, and I totally forgot about it until now, but wow. I only wish she could have lived in a gentler time.
もう少しここにいようとも。確かに異物には力があるが、たとえいつか彼が復活しても。
Okay, Mr. Humble. But yeah, I love Zhongli and Venti's characters so much. Thank you guys for joining me to go over their story quest together. But yeah, it's just outside of, you know, the lore and all the workings of Celestia and stuff, it's so nice to just sit down and look at the characters and see that there really are people looking out for Teyvat's best interest, you know? Just he cares so much about everyone and everything on this planet. And it's really beautiful, I think, personally. You know, that could be seen as a little dramatic for, that could be seen as a little dramatic, but like, I really do think it is. Yeah. Okay. So chat, are we ready to go straight to Zhongli's second story quest, which is somehow even better than this one? Or do we want to go take some detours to digest the story that we just watched? I'm down for both, just let me know. Because we do have, some miscellaneous quests to go through if we do want a little bit of a brain break from lore TM. Alright, I'm gonna take that as a neutral, and thus we flip a coin. Alright. let's say heads continue. Happy to see my husband Aztaha. Okay, now that you've said that, yeah, I actually do just want to see Aztaha really bad. Alright. Alright, my friends. Is that Shinha? Shinha anecdote! Shinha anecdote! Shinha anecdote! She's by the Adventurers Guild? No. Oh, is she serving food? Did she get a job?
今回の護送は本当に険しい道のりだったが、山を越え、川を渡り。
そんな、とんでもありません。ただ。
She works there now? Oh, that's so cute!
となり、暮れには雨となって、会えない日々も毎日のようにあなたを思っていました。
シャオメイ。
よし、シンカ君。あ、旅人とパイモン、どうしてここに？しばらく万民堂に行ってないってこいつが言い出してさ、ちょうど時間があったからお昼を食べに来たんだ。あれ、ウー師匠は？ウー師匠は食材を買いに出かけている。今日は我が店番だ。いや、もう大丈夫だ。何か食べたいものがある。
She has a job!
ここで働いている間、ウー師匠からいくつか料理を教わった。
It's so stinking cute! Oh my god.
作ってやろう。本当か？どんな料理を教わったんだ？チコ魚焼き。それからジョジョジー。
So, guys, for people who don't know who this character Shinha is, she's a human who, was sacrificed to a god and was trapped battling it for like, I don't know, a decade. And in defeating that god, she became transformed, into like, kind of like a tier above human. You know, she has super strength and all that kind of stuff. You know, and, she really struggles to connect with other humans and stuff because of that, like, of how she's been changed, by that, both in power and in soul. You know, she's traumatized as fuck. So finding out that she's just working here makes me so happy. That's why she was there in Lantern Rite event when ZG was causing Orcus. Oh! Okay, I thought she was just, like, hanging out at a table. Gotcha! Because I know that she likes sampling the food and stuff, you know? Oh, she went from like barely sampling food because she wanted to try it, but she was too afraid to eat too much of it and get too attached to it, to working at a restaurant? Oh my god, that's so good! That's such a good, oh my god. That's, I really hope that was on purpose. Oh no, is she bad at cooking? Oh no, she is! It's okay, but she's learning! Oh, Shinha. Shinha, no! No, wait. Okay. Yeah. Oh boy. Hey, it still tastes good. Let's fucking go. Ooh, okay. Wait, she eats like a dog? She didn't use her hands just now. Did anyone else see that? Chef Mao's very patient with her and is very delightful. Aw. Wait! And her and Xiangling being like siblings kinda in that way is like really fitting too. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet.
とにかく今時の若者にとっては家族を旅行に行かせるのも親孝行の一手段なんだ。これはビジネスチャンスだよ。
Okay.
すまんすまん。料理を頼もう。
Oh, I love that ending for her. She just ends up being part of the harp. She just becomes a cook in the harbor and she works at everyone's favorite restaurant. And she gets adopted by Chef Mao! Oh! I guarantee you she's gonna go to Cloud Retainer and be like, I've heard that it is appropriate to send your elders on these tours, and Cloud Retainer's gonna be like, what the fuck? Also, Adeptus mom, human dad is very cute. Because, I mean, Xiangling's mom was an Adeptus? Or was rumored to be one, right?
鉱山で働く仲間を見つけ出してほしいとのことです。人探しか？よし。
We are very good at that, Paimon. You're so right. Was she? I can't remember if that was fanon or if that was something that's supported by her character stories, like, at all. Because I don't think I actually fact-checked it when I saw it back in the day. You haven't heard that at all? Okay, okay. Then it was like probably a fanfiction thing I read then. I do that a lot. Oopie. Especially with side characters and stuff. Like, it's a lot easier to accidentally, mix stuff up like that. Oopie. But it's okay, you guys forgive me, because I'm so hot and sexy. What is it? What else is it that Ant Demon always says? Because he's too hot and sexy and valid and perfect. And pretty. Yes. Can't forget. Hey, Uncle Dai! I'm not a Xiangling expert, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, I mean, it could be buried in her character story and we both have just forgotten. Yeah. I'll go look in a second. I will look right after we have this conversation with Uncle Dai.
その格好と顔つきを見れば相当なやり手だっていうのがすぐにわかるさ。
なかなか見る目があるな。
この業界にいると鑑定の仕事も多く任される。石も人間もこの体にかかれば一目で見極められるってもんよ。二人とも少し待っててくれ。もう一人の助っ人がそろそろ来るはずなんだ。
I only know our Lord Stove God Goba. I don't remember his god name. Oh, me neither. Shoot. It's okay though. One of my favorite fanfictions of all time is one from Goba's perspective, watching Zhongli and Child fall in love. And the very first line in the fanfiction is, Zhongli is friend-shaped. It's so cute. Hang on, let me find it real quick actually so I can link it in chat. Because everyone should read it. It is a true work of art. Globa. Sort by kudos. Here it is. Oh, no, it's not Zhongli is friend-shaped, it's he is friend-shaped, and he might be referring to himself when he says that, actually, because again, it's written from Guoba's POV. Anyway! Sidetrack, LOL. It's a very cute fanfiction.
今回の一件は鉱山で起きたことでな。しかもただごとじゃない。それに鉱山に事故はつきものだ。だから念のためこの業界の専門家にも依頼したんだ。鉱石鑑定や地質分析とかは冒険者には荷が重いだろ。専門家を連れて行くのもいざという時のことさ。
Yes, sir. Thank you for your expertise.
俺が見つけた人はクロート中のクロート。どんな
It's yeah, okay, it's zhongli. Okay.
俺の見立てではあの人は世界で一番鉱石に詳しい。そんな専門家を知ってたら依頼しない手はないだろう。
ちょっと待って、世界で一番鉱石に詳しい人はその人じゃないと思うぞ。
どうしてだ。
だって一番詳しい人はオイラたちの友達にいる。
Oh, she's so defensive of his honor. That's so cute.
上には上がいるってのを教えてやるぜ。ここで待ってろよ。今その人を連れて。
And how are we just gonna go track him down, Miss Ma'am?
勝利はきっと講談を聞いてると思うぞ。
Oh, okay. That's fair. Actually, yeah, he does that every single day if he's not working. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. To the third round knockout we go. Leo is so pretty in the sunset. Aw. Where are you? Oh! Hello. Turns out Paimon had a plan. Yeah, crazy. Paimon having a plan is wild.
お前たちも講談を聞きに来たのか。なかなか粋な心がけだ。
いや、オイラたちは勝利を探しに来たんだ。今空いてるか？
時間ならあるが。
地質と鉱石に詳しい人が必要なんだ。
地質と鉱石。
この大陸中を探し回っても勝利より詳しい人なんていないはずだろ。その依頼人が世界一鉱石に詳しい専門家を見つけたらしいんだけど、テイワットで一番詳しいのは勝利だってことをオイラが証明してやる。
ふん。なぜそうも他人と比べたの？
そんなんじゃないけど、ただタイが勘違いしてるから。だからオイラは
Paimon is just stating facts.
そういうことなら一緒に行っても構わない。
本当か？
先に断っておくが、俺は多少知識があるとはいえ。
I feel like he literally did hire Zhongli, but I can't remember if that's actually the case or not. I hope it is though, because that's really funny.
見聞を広めることはいいことだ。俺がいればお前たちも安心できるのだろう。それにもし本物の専門家に会えるのであれば、俺も切磋琢磨するのにまたとない機会だ。
I should have refilled my water bottle when I got up to go to the bathroom. Oh well.
とりあえず勝利が同行してくれることになったし、タイのところに戻ろう。
Shut up, Brother John. Sorry. Okay, because that guy's name was Chun, and that reminds me, I did my, like once every few days, like I check my Instagram because my friends send me memes and stuff. And then to return the gesture, I sit there and I scroll reels for a while and I send them stuff, before taking another couple days off, so I don't just doom scroll Instagram reels every single day. Instead, I doom scroll YouTube shorts, which is so much better. But, for real though. And I saw this lady who had an entire series about how she got scammed by a person claiming to be Bangchan from Stray Kids. Which was like... and it was like... Why would you think Bangchan from Stray Kids was DMing you in particular? Like, I didn't actually watch it, but I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched the beginning, and she was like, the first thing that this person told me was that they weren't going to prove themselves. That they weren't going to sit there and break their contracts to prove to me that they're Bangchan from Stray Kids, and that I just had to believe them. And it's like, girl, then why did you believe them? Also... What do you mean they were gonna break? Wouldn't DMing you from like an alt account while still stating who they are But you break a contract? Like, I don't know. Very weird. It's like, hello, this is Beyonce. I need $1,000 for my private jet. Please Venmo me. I'm like, what? What did they send you? But she had comments turned off, so I can only imagine that it was not a case where her getting scammed was like valid. Which I fear. Oh no! Okay. Right! Kunjun! Right. I remember how this goes now. What you looking at? What you looking at? And then they kissed. Smith's Traveler now? Ooh, his voice is so deep.
俺も耳にしたことがあるぞ。聞くところによると知識が豊富で才能あふれる方だとか。まさかこんなところで本人に会えるとは。
My crack ship is back in full force. Yeah!
もしかして王城堂で会ったことが。いや、でも僕は王城堂に行ったことがないし。
タイ、早速試してみないか？
そう言われてもどう比べたらいいのか俺には見当もつかないんだが。
じゃあお前たち2人で勝負の内容を決めてくれ。勝利が勝ったら勝利に合わせる。逆にもし勝利がって勝利が負けるはずないよな。
勝負いいですよ。望むところです。
臆することなく望むか。いいことだ。
Good sir.
あなたを一目見た時から
Okay. I will say though, I am a big I+II zhongli shipper.
試してみないとわかりませんよ。
So if I overlook Traveler I+II moments, I apologize. But like, just the oh my good sir, and then I+II goes all yeah. Like they're so stupid.
本当のことを言っただけです。それに僕にはこれくらいしか取り柄がないですから。
つまり君主殿は鑑定士なのか？
いえ、そういうわけでは。実はその記憶が曖昧で、リーユエ港に何をしに来たかもよく覚えていないんです。ある日突然タイに声をかけられまして、僕が石を持ってるのを見て彼がいくつか質問してきたんです。
No, see,
それに答えたらここに
that's what I'm saying, Medi. You need to point out every I+II Traveler moment for me, because I want both. I want to bear witness to both in equal measure, as best as I can. So you gotta. If I miss something, you gotta like grab my head and turn it in the right direction. You will try? Yeah!
でも記憶が曖昧なのに大丈夫か？
そこまでひどいわけじゃありません。それに石のことなら必ずお役に立てると思います。勝利先生、この石を見てどう思いますか？
Oh, he already refers to Zhongli as sensei. That's so cute. There's only really one moment I can base a ship off of Loki. Gotcha. Totally valid, though.
これは他国の石だ。
なかなか鋭いですね。
Oh.
それもただの石ではない。殻が薄く、線が黒い。おそらく中には良質な水晶。
He sounds so like nostalgic. You know, he's like, oh, well, you know, it's no ordinary gem. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but just in the tone of his voice, he's like verbally tucking his hair behind his ear. Like, he's just, like, even without the romance, he's just so excited to fucking nerd out about rocks with somebody. You know, even if you don't see romance here, he's just so excited to rant about rocks with somebody that understands.
お宝と呼べるような価値の高い水晶はその中に水や砂金を含んでいるんです。この石の中に隠されている水晶は形をなす際に水を含んだようです。
Like a moon concealed within a mountain.
夜の山々の満月のようにそこに隠され、空を映しながら流れ動く。非常に珍しいことなんですよ。
そんなに詳しく、まるで直接見てきたみたいな言い方だな。オイラたちをからかってるんじゃないよな。だってまだその石の中。
Almost like he's seen what happened with his own eyes. They sure are repeating that phrase a whole lot. Gee, I wonder if that'll be relevant later in the story or not.
水晶はそのほとんどが高温環境で生成される。高温と水は相性が悪い。そのため水入り水晶は貴重な品だ。そしてこの水晶が含んでいるものはおそらく鉱山の湖の水。さらに珍しい。
勝利までそう言うなら。
I said this earlier in the stream and I need to say it more. I went, gee willikers! Golly gee! Golly gee willikers even! Just like... It sounds so dumb, I love it. I hope you don't mind me flaunting my experience, Mr. Kinjun. Of course not, zhongli sensei! I hope you'll accept my friendship! Kiss! Kiss! Kiss!
彼はすごい目利きの持ち主です。こんな人一生に何人も会えないですよ。
わかった。人が多ければそれだけ力になる。全員俺と一緒に双眼鏡園の鉱山まで来てくれ。行方不明になった仲間たちを探してほしい。
To the chasm we go. Technically, we're supposed to approach from this direction, but this is shorter. So. This is, I think, one of the gayest quests in Genshin, actually. Maybe I should ping people and give them the heads up. Yeah, the chasm sure does look massive, Paimon. We should explore it sometime. I guess Oh, hey! Okay. We saved them? Oh! It's a Jade Chamber fight. Okay. Well... So, I guess I never entered the chasm the normal way. Wait, how did I get into the chasm then? Did I go this way? No? Did I go this way? What the fuck? Oh, did I come from Sumeru? I think I came from Sumeru. Wild choice on my part, but okay. Random ass detour into beginning the chasm quest that I already completed. Back to the story.
この鉱山結構でかいんだな。
ここが事件の発生現場だ。6日前、俺と
I hear an abyss mage. That's gonna drive me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
留守を任せていた仲間のうち4人がいなくなったと聞かされてな。仲間と一緒に鉱山のあちこちを探したんだが見つからなかった。その上手がかりすらも見つけられず、今回依頼を出したってわけだ。
つまり甲府が4人行方不明ということか。
そうだ。もともと俺らは10人いたんだ。行方不明になったのはアリュウ、銀大、銀次、 ショーもみんな俺と一緒に仕事をする甲府だ。
この種の仕事に携わる人間は体つきのいい青年が多い。その4人の甲府だが他の鉱山で鉱石を
Could it be that they just decided not to work with you anymore?
ここ一帯に宿はない。
Bro.
それにここに来た時他に採掘中の鉱山は見当たらなかった。
こんなに大きな鉱山を全て探したんですか？
ああ、まんべんなくな。井戸の底も探した。残すは地面の下くらいだ。でも4人の人間が穴を掘って地底にいるとは考えにくいだろう。
現場を詳しく調べてから結論を出そう。
ああ、わかった。俺はここで
The way he talks is so funny still. We must investigate further before extracting any conclusions. Not coming to conclusions, not drawing conclusions, extracting conclusions. Like, okay, bro.
それに、おい、あれ見ろ。上着とズボンが散らかってる。
Okay, why did they take their clothes off? Oh, unless it's like spare clothes. Hang on. Oh, nope. Oh, 10 pairs. Okay, so spare clothes. I was gonna say, it would be kind of funny if they said... Just fucking... They got stripped naked and carried off would be crazy in Genshin.
あと、顔を洗う石鹸とタオルがあるな。あ、それにこれは道具とかを入れとく作業カバンだ。
洗顔用の備品に採掘用の装備か。
ってことは、荷物を持たずに出かけたのか？
それはない。採掘用のツルハシが4本なくなっている。つまりそれだけは持っていったのだろう。それらの道具を持っていく余裕はあったのに、生活用品を持っていく余裕がなかったとは考えにくい。
一体どんな状況になったら生活用品を持たずに道具だけを持って出かけるんだ？
一つ、彼らは近くで作業をしていたため荷物を持つ必要がなかった。しかし未だに誰も帰ってこないところを見ると、この説はおのずと違うことになる。二つ、もし彼らが意図してここを離れたのではないとしたら、荷物のことを考える余裕がなかったのだろう。その可能性は低くない。真相を知るためにはさらなる手がかりが必要だ。
自分たちから出かけたんじゃなくて誰かに連れ去られた。この可能性を
Rip. Well, okay, if they didn't leave, maybe they were made to leave. Okay, well, you see, but if they were made to leave, then they still left. Hey, guy! What's up, homie? what you doing there? Oh my god, that rock is the same size as him. Well, I mean, and us, but...
ああ、ちょうどよかったです。
何か発見したのか？
ここに鉱石があったのですが、もしかすると何か手がかりが見つかるかもしれません。
鉱石？その鉱石が行方不明と関係があるのか？
それは確かめてみればわかります。少し待っててください。
Spooky. Very beautiful aperture effect there though on the cutscene.
見えました。4人の大人。それと子供のような人影が鉱山を離れていきました。
子供？どうして鉱山に子供が？
僕にもわかりません。
それに見えたってどういう意味だ？
Zhongli being so quiet right now is really showing how hard he's thinking.
自分でもおかしいことは分かってるので誰にも言ってなかったんです。実は僕、鉱石の記憶を見ることができるんです。
推測や予想ではなく見えると。
さっきみたいに石に手を当てるだけでわかるのか？
はい、僕からすれば鉱石にも記憶があるんです。鉱石たちは周囲で起きた出来事をたまに記録していて、僕は触れることでその記憶を見ることができます。
すごいな。じゃあ何でも知ることができるんじゃないか？
それは石の種類にもよります。鉱石の記憶能力には差があるんです。
Iron ore and white iron ore are just they're not really that active. You know, they're just a little boring. They're home bodies, you know.
記録できる量も多くて鮮明です。
石を目に。実に興味深い。これは非常に珍しい能力だ。タイ殿が君主殿を誘ったこと、実に賢明な判断だったと言えるだろう。
皆さんのお役に立ててよかったです。多分彼らはこの道をまっすぐ向かったのだと思います。
北か。この道に沿っていけば鉱山を出ることになる。
彼らは北へ向かった。この手がかりを記録してタイに伝えよう。
All right. Boink, 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 boink. Hello, Mr. Bravo.
ここの労働者か。
ああ、そうだ。行方不明者の件で調査しに来。一体何が起きたんだ。俺と他の4人の仲間は鉱山に残って作業をしていた。一番奥のテントで俺は寝てた。そして目が覚めると跡形もなくみんな消えてたんだ。少し前まで普通に話をしてた奴らが突然消えちまって、まさか今度は俺の番なんじゃ。
テントにいた人間は失踪を免れ、外で作業していた者だけが失踪したか。もしかすると作業区域で何か起きたのかもしれない。
そんな。作業区域で何か起きた可能性がある。これも手がかりとして記録しておこう。手がかりも結構揃ったし、タイに報告しに行こう。
All right.
帰ってきたか。調査の結果はどうだった？
近くで手がかりを3つ見つけた。1つ、ツルハシが4本なくなっていたが、生活用品は1つも減っていなかった。つまり皆自発的に出て行ったのではなく、誰かに連れ去られたということになる。
誰かに連れ去られた？
Ooh.
でも一体誰がそんな。
2つ、鉱山には
I don't know why I said ooh like that's new.
1人は仕事を怠け、作業区域を離れて寝ていた。彼が起きると仲間は全員失踪していたという。作業区域にいた人が消え、休憩区域にいた人は無事だった。つまり事件の発生地点は作業区域だ。
そういえば確かにアコはサボっていたと自分で言ってたな。まさか誰かが作業区域に入ってあいつらを連れ去った。
Thank you so much for the follow.
俺が言いたかった最後の手がかりがそれだ。
Let's see.
君主殿のある
Amethysts
彼ら
with?
一人の子供によって
With what?
鉱山から連れ出されたことが分かる。
I'm sure I'm the first streamer to ever make that joke upon you following me. Let's see. I'm trying to think though, because I have a chatter that I call Amethyst for short. So I'm trying to think of a way to shorten your names different. I mean, I could just.
調べによると、彼らは道に沿って北へ向かった。
Hmm.
鉱山を出て遺跡の方へ行ったのだろう。
北か。よし、今すぐ人手を集めて探してくる。
Sorry, it was a typo. I can't change it until 3 months. Oh, dang! What is it supposed to say, out of curiosity? Welcome in! My name's Basilia. I make VTuber models. I stream one gacha game, Genshin Impact, because I love its story. And I also play I play Hollow Knight, Stardew Valley, Peak, Marvel Rivals, and all sorts of fun stuff, all while yapping. Amethyst Switch? Do I know that word? Or is it... Or did you mean Switch? Switch! Okay, cool. Are you... Because of the earlier dilemma I mentioned where we have an amethyst, are you down with me calling you Switch for short, or is that not preferred? In which case, of course, I will just call you both Amethyst. I'll just refer to you by full usernames if you happen to be in chat at the same time. But I am always curious about stuff like that. Because we do have a Flare Darkstorm and a Flare 11. So I call Flare 11 Flare and Flare Darkstorm Storm. So and Flare Darkstorm is also a Flare Darkstorm is also a system. You're a system too. Let's go. And yes, I do have DID. Currently, we are doing we're doing a story quest for a character who, in where we are in the canon timeline, as far as we know, is he just has 3 personas, which isn't strictly DID. It is DID coded, but it's not strictly DID. But later on, he does end up being straight up DID coded, which is really cool. And I love this game. Also, Switch. This game, a character that just released in this game is literally my favorite fantasy DID representation allegory I've ever seen. I love it so much. Oh, ad started. Shoot! Okay. I'm gonna keep this cutscene playing, and then I will keep chatting with Switch once ads are done.
調査のことを全部丸投げにしてたんだ。探すのは俺と仲間たちでやる。電話急ぐだ。まだ追いつけるかもしれない。
待て。事件が起きたのは6日前だ。たとえ彼らが歩きだったとしても、すでに遠くへ行った。
それもそうだな。なら、俺は仲間たちと一緒に北へ続く道を進み、その近くに住む人たちに何か知らないか聞きに行こう。鉱山を離れれば、宿にできる民家の数は限られてくる。この調査は俺たちに任せてくれ。みんなには引き続き手がかりの調査を依頼したい。二手に分かれ、途中で会うことがなかったら、明日の晩に防除旅館に集合しよ
う。いいだろう。
それじゃあ、俺は仲間たちと先に行ってる。
今の状況をまとめると、オイラたちは引き続き調査をして、タイたちは付近の住民に情報を聞く。これでいいんだよな。
ああ。
でも、
ああ。Thanks, zhongli.
ないよな。オイラたちも北に向かった方がいいんじゃないか？
待て。君主殿がいない。
え
？Yeah, where's Kunjun?
君主のやつ、まだ調査してるのか。探しに行こう。
Alright, Mr. Kunjun, how are you feeling, my good sir? Not at a rock. Okay.
何探してるんだ？手がかりはもう見つかったろ？そろそろ出発しようぜ。
あ、ごめんなさい。実は個人的に沈流石と呼ばれる玉石を探してました。
Dragonfall. Ooh.
沈流石。沈流石は一般的に鍛造に使われる鉱石だ。なぜそれを？
わかりません。
I don't know. It's crazy.
ごめんなさい。理由は僕にもよく。ここ最近頭がぼんやりしていて、名前と住所以外何も思い出せないんです。正直何かやるべきことを忘れている気がして、今もずっと焦燥感に駆られてます。でもそれがどうしても思い出せなくて、心がモヤモヤして。
あ、おいらもその気持ちわかるぞ。何か忘れてるのに、それを思い出せないって感じ。
はい。
Welcome back from ads. We are in the middle of a cutscene. We have just established that Kunjin here has major memory problems, which is quite confusing. And so he's trying to recover his memory by finding a stone that sounds familiar to him. And at the same time, we're trying to solve a mystery of 4 miners, as in people that work in a mine, being missing. So we're hoping to track them down as well as help out this guy.
俺もその石のことを心に留めておこう。
本当ですか。ありがとうございます。勝利先生は本当にお優しい方ですね。
大したことではないから気にするな。
それじゃあ、そろそろ出発するか？
Have you learned Japanese? No. I mean, I do know some of it because one of my best friends is Japanese, and so I know her family some, and so in talking to her family, I've learned some conversational Japanese, but not enough to keep up with this without English captions. But yeah, I am, even though this game is originally written in Chinese and originally voiced in Chinese, I do use the Japanese dub just in hopes of keeping my brain, familiar as familiar as it can be. Also, I missed your chat, my bad. It seems odd, we're on Twitch, but we don't have a computer that's suitable for gaming, so most of us don't really know a lot of stuff about it. Gotcha! I'm glad you're here then. We like to watch people stream so that we feel less lonely. Completely valid. I am very glad to help keep you company throughout your day. Remember, chat, my ramble, there's nothing wrong with parasocial relationships. The problem is when someone mistakes a parasocial relationship for a non-parasocial one. But yes, I am very happy to I'm very happy to keep people company throughout their day and such, and just help out as much as I can on a parasocial level. So I hope you enjoy hanging out with us, Switch. But yeah, one of my favorite bits is just Konnichiwa gozaimasu. Watashi no namae wa Basilia. James Madison University. Ikimasu. It's so funny. It's not that funny, but it really is. It's even funnier when I say my real life name, but I'm not doxing myself like that. It's so rip.
レイク間の出口に向かおう。そこに足跡がなければ、彼らはまだレイク間の中にいることになる。もし新しい手がかりを見
Every
つけたら
single time he talks, he fills up the entire dialogue box, and I love that for him. He's a little yapper, just like me for real. I don't remember ever kidding Zhongli the first time around of me playing this game, but I feel like I'm gonna come out of this hardcore kidding him. And I think everyone probably saw that coming, but somehow I didn't? Question mark? LOL. I mean, he is very much a kind of the flip side to Zebai in a lot of ways, so slay. Do we have to fight this ruin guard? No.
どうやらレイク間を通過してさらに先へ行っているみたいだな。
足跡を追えば彼らの行き先がわかるはずだよな。
Don't make me fight the ruin guard. I don't want to. There's people here?
付近の人に聞いてみよう。
Shit.
もし甲府たちがここを通っている。
最近この辺りで。
甲府？
そっか。
they're all selling ores. Okay, that makes. Ah! Fuck. Jesus. Well, where's the person? Where's the, aha! Hello. Oh, come on! You suck, 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 you suck.
洞察と知恵も律令を生み聞く価値もない。やっ
We almost made it. We almost made it without having to fight that ruin guard. Dang. I've already talked to you.
こんにちは。最近この辺りで甲府を見なかったか？大きい4人組なんだけど。
邪魔だ邪魔。
あ！
雲。
Rude? Rude?
この辺りで甲府の格好をした人を見なかったか？ええ、見たわよ。4、5日前だったかしら。何人かここを通ったわ。カゴを背負ってツルハシを持ってたわね。おそらくその人たちが。
Have I seen 4 miners? There were these 4 guys with mining equipment. It might have been them.
彼らの歩く速度は予想よりも遅いようだ。おそらくはレイク間の地形に手間取ったのだろう。
あの人たちすごく変わってたわ。4人の大男が眠そうにぼーっと
A child staggering.
先頭に
Interesting.
は子供がいてゆらゆらって。
その子供の姿ははっきりと見たか？
ちらっと見ただけだけど、青い髪で背が小さかったわね。多分女の子だったわ。それにその子すごく真剣な表情をしていた。少しも笑うことなく。
彼らが歩いたのはこの道か？
そうよ、ここから先へ向かったわ。おいらたちも追おう。
Do we want to walk there or teleport? I don't. We want to teleport. Okay.
地面に足跡がある。あ、あそこに人がいるぞ。助けてください。
Uh-oh.
もしかしてオイラたちの探してる人かな。早く助けよう。価格守りし先行に来たる。
Nice.
先ほどの魔物たちですが、気性が荒く横を通っただけで襲いかかってきたんです。私は延玉リーウェ聖路町に所属していて文化遺産の研究をしてます。ああ、甲府？オイラたち4人の甲府を探してるんだ。あなたが言うその人たち、私見たかもしれません。本当か？はい、一昨日のことです。南天門からレイク間へ向かう途中、反対側から一人の子供と何人かの大人が歩いて、それが急いでいたのでよく見ていませんでした。顔の特徴とかは覚えてません。ごめんなさい。
いや、十分だ。感謝する。
お役に立てれば幸いです。これから学術会議に参加する予定がありますので、私はこれで。助けてくださってありがとうございました。さっきの学者によれば、甲府たちは南天門の方へ行ったみたいだな。
でも同じ人たちかどうかわかりませんよ。
Let's go find a rock for you to look at? Question mark?
じゃあ
Very intelligent Paimon.
あそこの石を見てください。
Yeah! Rock, 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 rock. This guy can, switch. This guy can see through rocks. Like, he can see rocks' memories and stuff. Why do you moan a little bit? Hello?
間違いありません。同じ人たちです。この道に沿って進んでます。
君主殿が石から記憶を読み取るところは何度見ても興味深い。
こんなことは普段何の役にも立ちませんが、勝利先生にそのように言っていただけて光栄です。
君主はオイラたちのコンパスだな。お前のおかげで。
Indian compass. I like that that's alliterative. I wonder if they keep that alliteration in other languages or not.
うん。この感じ、事件を捜査しているみたいで面白いですね。
それは結構だが、警戒も怠るな。4人の成人男性がほうけながら連日子供の後ろをついていき、山を越えている。これは尋常なことではない。
はい、その通りですね。勝利先生は実に慎重なお方だ。
それとあの学者を襲ったベビービシャップだが、あそこまで攻撃的な魔物ではなかったはずだ。ここに至るまでに様々な手がかりを入手したが、それらと一体どんな関係が。甲府たちは一昨日南天門へ向かった。ここから行くには険しい山道を通ることになる。
おお、すぐに出発しよ
う。先ほどこの近くに印を残しておいた。万が一タイ殿が追いついてきたら知る。
さすが勝利だぜ。
He yaps so much. Do we want to? Yep. Okay. Another teleport. Part of me feels like walking through by foot could be interesting just to see the. Oh my gosh! Hello! Oh my god! He fucking dead.
カゴも落ちてます。確かに甲府のようです。
Very great job, Paimon. Everyone knows if you meet somebody that's collapsed from exhaustion, the first thing that you should do is scream their name or scream at them from a couple feet away. He's trying to stand up.
これほどの執着、異常だ。近くに休める場所がある。そこにこの人を連れて行ってから今後の策を練ろう。過労で昏睡状態になっている。幸い命に別状はない。
おいら、さっき聞こえたんだけど、何か掘るって言ってたぞ。そのせいで疲れたんじゃないか？
可能性はあるな。
あれ？この人の懐に何か。これは鉱石の破片。
Ooh.
皆さん、この人が持っていた鉱石の
right up his butt. All right. Great cramper placement.
この人が鉱山から持ってきたものです。この人は確かに僕たちの探している甲府の一人のようです。
その彼がここに倒れていた理由、一体何だと思う？
誰かに連れ去られた後、ここに捨てられたとか。でもそれなら、なんでここまで連れてきたんだ？
何かが起き、彼を一行から外すしかなかったのだろう。
ダメだ。全然わからないぞ。
あ、そうでした。この破片を見て思い出しましたが、皆さんに渡したいものがあったんです。
Update from the rock guy. Slay.
俺たちに？
タイと出会う前までずっと頭にもやがかかっていたんですが、皆さんと調査をしていくうちにタイが皆さんに依頼してくれて助かりました。これは僕が市場で買い集めた水晶です。ただの水晶に見えますが、 実は
Oh,
珍
that's
し
so
いものなんですよ。
sweet.
綺麗な水晶だな。うわあ、色も変わるぞ。
Looks like a different crystal from each angle.
遠慮せず受け取ってください。
Aww.
これは勝利先生に。あれ
He picked out a specific one for
あり
Zhongli.
ませんでしたか。
いやそんなことはない。ただ
Gay,
こん
gay,
な時に
gay,
贈り物を
gay,
受け取る
gay,
とは思わな
gay,
かっただけ
gay.
だ。ありがとう。大事にさせてもらう。
受け取ってくれてありがとうございます。価値のあるものはそれを分かってくれる友達に送ってこそ意味がありますから。ここ一帯は石も多いので、僕はこの辺にある石を適当に触ってみます。
くんじは本当に石が好きなんだな。
鉱石は大地の結
Oh,
晶
okay.
で、
You're also looking the sediment of time itself.
それ
Ooh.
らと一緒にいると安心できるんです。皆さんはゆっくり
The
休んでてく
sediment
だ
of
さい。
time
出
itself.
発前に一声かけてくれる
That's
と
a
助か
very
ります。
interesting remark,
僕は
given that
すぐ近くにいますので。
typically wind is considered the element of time. Aw, thank you so much, Baphomet. I really appreciate that. Happy Women's Day to you too. And yeah, we only have 2 hours and 5 minutes until Women's Day here in the United States. So that's awesome. Also, I know you're saying you're moving on to your next stream, but I do want to say that your username is extra cool because my best friend is a Baphomet streamed VTuber. So yeah, right there, Medi Destia, Baphomet, Medi. So Slay, thank you so much. Let me... Baphomet, 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 yeah!
心配するな。さっき周囲を見たところ危険はない。そうだ、お前に話すことがある。
なんか深刻なことか？
旅人、陳流石についてどんな。
フンジュが探してる鉱石だよな。何か特別な意味でもあるのか？
陳流石は鍛造に使われる珍しい鉱石だ。一般的な水晶はそのほとんどが高温環境下で自然に形成されるが。
Oh, are those the things that get made from crystallized reactions? Question mark?
元素反応で物が作れるのか？
ああ。しかし長期保存できるのはごく一部だけで。
Okay, yeah, that makes
陳流
sense.
石は1000年前の戦いの中、強烈な元素力がぶつかり合ったことにより誕生した。そして戦いが終わった後もそれらが奇跡的に形をとどめたんだ。
そうだったのか。
だがやはり造物であるため結晶の数は少なく知名度も低い。それに数百年前にはすでにもう採掘し尽くされている。現代のリーウェ人がなぜ今はもう存在しない鉱石を探す？
確かに。それにこの石の存在を知ってるならもう掘り尽くされてることも知ってるはずだな。おかしいぞ。矛盾してる。
鉱石を商売にする者の中にも陳流石に興味を持つ人はいる。しかし君主殿のように動機がはっきりしないまま石を探すのは
別の意図。あ、悪いやつなのか？
今はまだ断定はできない。だが様子は見た方がいいだろう。それと今一番重要なのは甲府たちを救い出すこと。それ以外のことは遅かれ早かれ明らかになる。相手との距離は縮まってきている。このまま進めば残りの甲府も見つかるだろう。休憩が終わったら君主殿に声をかけて調査の続きと行こう。先ほどの甲府はあのまま休ませておくのがいい。事件が解決した後に戻ってこよう。それとタイ殿に書き置きを残す。そうすれば彼が来た時にすぐ対処できるはずだ。
Alright. Thank you, Zhongli. Oh! Another archaic stone. How many? We've given 3 to an NPC for a quest. So how many do we have total now? Okay, so just 4. So we do have 3 left. I don't know where to find them. Oh well. Oh, and also, guys, after we wrap this quest up, I do want to do the Stone of Remembrance bit, because that has some cool lore stuff too. That would be very fitting to go over after Zhongli's story quest. Actually, hang on. Let me check my resin levels. That's fine. Hey, Kinjun! Hi!
出発するぞ。
はい、僕もちょうど終わりました。
何か収穫は？
ここ一帯の石が綺麗だということ以外、特別なところはありませんでした。触れても何も見えず、手がかりも。やっぱり鉱石の記憶は時と環境によって変化するみたいです。
Memories of ore can shift with the passage of time. I guess what this is telling us is just that ores are the ends of ley lines just as much as anything else is, you know? Like, just because ores aren't organic matter, that doesn't mean that they're not part of the living entities of Tibet. You know, it's alive even though it's not organic, that kind of thing.
長い時を経ても変わりませんが、記憶は時とともに消えてなくなります。長期保存できる記憶は、大抵は強烈な感情や気持ちを持ったものだけなんです。
人間と同じで現実的だな。
はい、そうなんです。では先に進みましょう。
Okay, guys, we're coming up on the really cool parts of this. Up until now, it's been cute seeing Zhongli get to nerd out with his new friend, but this is where the real shit starts picking up.
なんか不思議な結晶がたくさんあるぞ。気になる。
この古樹、二手に分かれて調査しよう。向こうは俺が見る。ここ一帯はお前たち。ああ。
Zhongli's instantly like, this tree? What the fuck?
石碑が一つありました。
なんか役に立たなそうだな。
Alright, bye, Paimon.
他の場所を見るか。
いや、ダメ元でやってみましょう。
Why is he making those sounds?
これは。
どうしたんだ？
I forgot.
大丈夫です。少しめまいがしただけですから。
Yeah, because that's not suspicious.
今のところまだな。
Not yet. Okay.
おいらはあっちを探してくるから、お前は見てみないと。
You want me to climb the tree? Please don't make me climb the tree. I've already climbed the tree like twice, get the stupid sealies in it.
そうですか?
Please don't make me climb the tree. Paimon! Paimon! No.
おいらってば飛べるじゃないか。やっぱり行ってくる。お前たちはここで待ってる。
全員こっちへ。
Oh! Zhongli raised his voice. Uh-oh. He never raises his voice. Like, I mean, I know it's because we're standing at a distance, but even then, like, that wasn't like, hey guys, come here. It was like, guys, come here. You know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Okay, thank God we don't have to climb this stupid fucking tree. Oh, this upcoming cutscene is really cool.
答えはこのすぐ先にあるようだな。
中から声が聞こえるぞ。うわ、おいら一番前は嫌だぞ。
It's very short cutscene, but it's a really cool one. It's crazy how quickly Genshin's animation goes from feeling goofy to just being insanely gorgeous. Which is like pretty normal for 3D animated games, but you know. Not as funny as Sonic Adventure, or Sonic 2006. Alright, here it is. I think. This is, yes, this is the properly animated one.
行方不明の鉱夫たちだ。何を掘ってるんだ？
もしやこのトンネル、彼らが掘ってできたのかもしれない。
あの門、元からあったのか？
Notice that that's the same sigil that's on the back of Zhongli's coat.
続く道だ。誰かが止めなければ、彼らはあのまま掘り続け、 封印の門を開けるだろう。
まさか封印の中に何か。
Oh my god, they almost stabbed Paimon through the head. Jesus! Yeah! Yeah! He looks like a disappointed parent when he does that. I love this cutscene. This next bit. Like some of it feels a little goofy, but I still love it. Oh, wait. Oh. I wonder where the wind that pushed them into the domain came from. Hey, buddy! How you doing? Oh, that's not the right ult. Fuck.
あの子供はお前の力によって形成されたものだ。しかしジャッカリーを覚えてるか。
You would forsake me again. Interesting. He who bears the weight of memory is destined to shoulder the burden of truth. Oh. I keep forgetting that Elo's E doesn't actually do a whole lot. Doesn't actually buff anything, it just is straight up damage. Oh, the soundtrack is so good too. Fuck, I love this quest. Whoa, okay. Sorry, buddy, back in jail you go.
かつて貴様に地下に封印された我がよもや千年後もまた貴様に
宿命として受け取れジャクダ竜を
Whoa! Fate? Okay, because every time they mention fate, it's a big deal in this game.
それが神の器とでも言うのか不要なものを滅ぼし殺戮者を率いて荒野を蹂躙するのか
It really is interesting that he chose the vessel of a little girl too. Oh?
この声。
ジャクだ。
I wonder how long Zhongli's known that it was Aztaha.
久しいなモラクス。
貴様は一体
見ての通りジャクダ竜王だ。
Defo missed it during the walk.
先の戦いで
Oh
お
no!
前は力をすべて俺たちに使った。
Was it the moment where... Was it when Paimon walks away and it's just them two talking? I'm glad you went on a walk though!
仕方のないこと。これが我の持つすべてだ。
Which one is the real Aztaha?
悪かった旅人よ。我もこの木の下に来てからはっきりと
Oh, there are other colors mixed in there. Okay. There were things that only became clear to me once I reached this tree. Oh my god! Aztaha also DID coded? Because I mean, like, that's so real. I mean, like, for anyone who experiences, like, dissociative amnesia, or amnesia period, but yeah, it really is just, like, you just reach a place, but, you know, you don't even have, like, a, oh my god, I remember now moment. It's like, again, it's like a, because dissociative amnesia, it doesn't feel like you're losing and gaining memories. It feels like you're switching between modes, and one of those modes you have to memory, and then the other mode you don't. You know, sometimes, I mean, you do also get the feeling like you got memories back, but or rather, sometimes too, you get memories back and you're not even cognizant that you are. It's like how, you know, in dreams, right? You'll have dreams where it's like, that's my mom, even though my mom looks like, has the appearance of this celebrity, but you know it's your mom because it's in the dream's logic. You know, kind of. Because sometimes you kind of have the thing where it's like, you remembered something, but you didn't, like, capital R remember it. Like, even though it wasn't totally forgotten, you were still dissociated enough from it that you weren't acknowledging it. And it's not until something happens that makes it so you can't dissociate from it, and you do have to acknowledge it. And even though you aren't newly remembering it, you are becoming conscious of it, so you still have the whoa! So that's when you have the whoa moment, you know? Anyway. But was it, hang on, wait. Hang on, because what did they say when they were, when Medi and when Traveler and Aztaha were alone at the tree? What did they say? He was talking about how... I'm completely blanking. We can go look at the transcript after, though. Oh, and that's also interesting. The three deadly selves. There's the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. So... Interesting. Like, I don't think Aztaha was meant to be DID coded. However... very interesting that those two, that has parallels to the three deadly selves thing, which is pretty clearly meant to be a metaphor for DID in Genshin.
ざれ言、貴様が我の一部だというなら、なぜ裏切り者の側に立つ？
我は封印が緩んだ時に覚醒したもう一つの力、個体になるほどの力は持たず、こうして人間に憑依するしかない。
You going through Liyue and claiming characters one by one for your homeland? Yeah. All of you have a trauma disorder now. Assigned traumatized by Basil. Or assigned DID system at Basil. ADAB. Oh, he didn't recognize him. Oh.
あの古代石碑に触れて、やっと過去を思い出した。長かった。若い人間と年老いた竜が知り得ない秘密。モラクス、貴様から言うか。
どちらでも構わない。お前が決めろ。
Oh, they're both so sad. They both love each other so much.
ジャクダ竜王はもともと眼神モラクスの友であり戦友であった。寿命も人間をはるかに超えている。大地の生物はこの地面にある岩のように。岩の記憶は長くは持たない。残留できるのは強烈な感情のみ。時が経つにつれ
Erosion is the world's greatest destroyer of memories.
この世界がそれに化した導火線なのだ。魔網によってジャクダ竜王の思考は奪われ、旧友の面影も思い出せなくなった。かつて自身がリー・ユエコーを守っていたことも。竜王は暴虐を尽くし、力を振るった。
And again, now that he's talking about the passage of time and memory, the flute comes back as the leading voice in the orchestra for the background music. Because the flute represents wind and time in Genshin's soundtrack. So good!
当初、領土を開拓し、生産性を発展させるために
This is one of my favorite music moments.
鉱山で採掘を始めた。しかし、過度な採掘は地脈振動を引き起こし、我らを苦しめた。
It's just everything to do with Azdaha's quest.
我らをより獣のようにした。どれほどあがいても、我らは人々と共存する力を失い続け、理性を失った。モラクスは自身の力を用いて我らの魔網を食い止めようとしたが、それも無駄だった。魔網は天理のなすものであり、
Then, as he says, everything returns to dust, it's the natural order and unstoppable force. A bell tolls in the background. Because, you know, bells tend to signal, like, the end of something. Like, it's very cliche, it's very, like, tropey, you know, to do that in music, but I still love it! I still love it! You know, for whom does the bell toll?
我こそはジャクダ竜王の善意の残滓、契約の意志を掲げ、未来のため。
I harbor a willingness to go further, a willingness to coexist peacefully with mankind. And then that's him talking about how he still endeavors for a good future, and the flute comes back! The flute comes back when he talks about his future! Like, you can hear this conversation happening between the free-blowing flute instrument and the more resistant reed instruments in the background as these two sides of Azdaha are talking to each other. But they are headed towards mortality, so throughout the conversation between the flute and the reeded instruments, that bell is tolling in the background, like signaling that, like, this conversation is going to be cut short, you know? If you are the memory of the earth, I am the memory of coexistence. And then, that's a mallet percussion instrument that we hear now. And it has a bell-like sound, but it's now melodic. It's no longer just ringing. It's no longer just a toll in the background. Yupeng Chen, I need you so bad!
しかしその前にこれを貴様に授けよう。
For I do, heed these words. In the wilderness, snow falls on a spring day. In an instant it will melt, even where it is fleeting and leaves no trace, even where it will never fall again.
たとえそれが最後であったとしても。
違う。そんなもの、宿命だとは認めない。
宿命でなくとも、すでに定められたことなのだ。
モラクス。
あの女の子が完全に消えた。
ジャクだ。もういいのか。
自らけじめをつけたのだ。良くも悪くもない。モラクス、貴様、
Oh,
今の名を勝利と言ったか。
their final moments together.
やはり我はモラクスと呼んだ方がしっくりくる。
好きに呼ぶといい。
貴様が我に与えたもの忘れん。
大したことではない。気にするな。
目が見えるものには分からんよ。盲目の竜が日の光を。
You wouldn't know the yearning of a blind dragon searching for the sun. A pair of eyes from you to me. I'll remember that.
授けたこと忘れはしない。
そろそろ力が枯れ果てる。
相変わらず察しがいいな。
少し外を歩かないか。
今やる。
Shall we get going, you and I?
の外にいる候補の救助ではないのか。
そうだ。だからこそお前と外を歩き、お前が引き起こしたことへのけじめをつけたい。
それもそうだ。よかろう。
They're just. They've had thousands of years together, and those thousands of years already drew to a close. But they still got to have this one last moment together, and it's so short, but they're cherishing it so much. And they're cherishing it so much.
お前たちここにいたのか。お前たちが残した手がかりをたどって道中休んでいるショーモを見つけたからすぐに処置を施した。ん？君主、お前。
大したことではない。
Don't worry about me glowing white. It's fine. Hey, we found your employees, though. Just don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
何か起きたのか。
体力を使い果たしてはいるが、命に危険はない。安心しろ。
よかった。よかった。みんなありがとう。今すぐ様子を見に行ってくる。
その人らをリーユエ港に連れて帰るのか。
ああ、そうだ。
我も一緒にいいか。
Hang on a second. This character has nostrils. I never noticed that. So Varka isn't the only character model with like a fully modeled nose. It's just really rare. Okay. That makes me slightly less upset about him having nostrils when none of the other characters do. Because actually there's at least one other character that had them before. Oh, he can't, Paimon.
この体のことだ。
I wish he could though! Because again, even before Zhongli knew it was Aztaha, he was so excited to have a new friend.
いつの日か必ず輝く時が来る。そのような人間に万が一のことが起きてはならん。
お前は相変わらず家事に興味を持っているのだな。
刀に目はなくとも職人には情がある。人情という二文字は。
Perhaps empathy is mankind's proudest achievement.
弱だ。俺はもう眼神ではない。
I really love seeing how many of the divine entities on Teyvat just like really do love humanity.
貴様ですらその一歩をたどるとはな。言っておくが、再び振動が起きたとき、我が目覚めないという保証はない。
構わない。その日が来たとしても、リーユエの民ならば、お前と向き合う準備が整っているだろう。
元王帝君がいないリーユエは本当に大丈夫か。
神がいなければここは人の国だ。俺は人の神であった。人の聖水を見届ける義務がある。
すべての命は年月により摩耗し変質する。貴様は我らの中で最も謙虚な魂であった。しかしそれでも摩耗するとは。だが構わない。 因果は天によって定められる。
Fate is ordained by heaven. Interesting.
勇敢に別れへの道を歩む。
I mean, again, kind of obvious, but Azdaha mentioning it in this quest is newly interesting, given the recent lore reveal we had in the event quest.
それもつかの間のこと。
Just past and future relationships predetermined by fate, they'll be waiting for you. When you reach the end of time, they will be waiting for you. Interesting.
元素によって作られた生物の寿命はこの大陸で最も長いかもしれない。
そうでなければ我を殺せず、こうして我に無理やり合わされることもなかっただろう。
冗談を。旧友との再会は喜ぶべきことだ。
かつての双眼巨縁でのこと、ためらいはあったか。
岩石には心がある。
A heart of stone is a heart nonetheless.
しかし俺は契約の神。
Oh.
かつてのリーウェの神でもある。
貴様は義を選んだが、仁は捨てなかった。だから我を殺さなかったのだろう。我は自ら望んで。
Oh, I forgot. Azdaha, yeah. Zhongli did not defeat, did not, like, just defeat him in battle out of nowhere. Azdaha, like, agreed beforehand that once he lost his mind, he'd be sealed away. Oh.
取り繕おうが、我もリーユへの誕生を見届けた者。どんなに姿が変わろうが、自らの方法でちぎりを貫き通す。契約の神の友として、これが契約を全うする我の最後の方法だ。
感謝する。ジャクだ。
我の命は無限に近い。
I will go on with the infinite flow of time, and you two will live for many a day to come.
貴様も非常に長い時を持つ者。
行くのか。
モラクス、縁があればいつの日か必ずまた会おう。
This is the real Kunjun. Hey, buddy. Sorry, bro. Sorry for commandeering your body to go find a bunch of missing people and therefore also making you a missing person. He was a great friend of yours.
もうかなり昔のことだ。1000年も経ったが。
He's fine. You're so right, Medi. Another really good cutscene. If people are wondering when the best moment to turn to a screen is, this is another really good one.
リーユエの地下に住む古代の岩元素生物。そのほとんどは目が見えず、何千年も空を見たことがない。
その音は歌のように悲しくもあれば、雷のように恐ろしくもありました。
Oh, that's a celestial nail.
辺りを回り、岩層から奇妙な石を見つけました。
Wait!
それがジャクダ竜王。
Azdaha was broken out of the chasm by the celestial nail.
岩王帝君はその石を
Whoa!
自らそれを本物と見まがう。
That's a crazy realization.
俺が彼に世を見る両目を与え、契約を交わした。
Wait!
指を筆のように振るい、竜の目の玉をつけました。その瞬間空に雷鳴が轟き、本物の竜が現れたではありませんか。
Oh, right, that is his tail. Yeah, so Azdaha is inherently connected to the ley lines in a way that other beings aren't, and you can see that in how his tail is like appears to be like an organic tree,
隕石が砕かれ
I think.
埃を震わし山と川を二つに裂いた竜は命と目を与えられ祝福の雨を大地にもたらした
Hang on a second. Oh, shortly afterward, Uncle Dai volunteers to take the unconscious Kunjin back to the city along with the miners. There seems to be more said to those left behind. Hang on a second. Sorry to interrupt the emotional moment. My dad locked himself out of the house. I will be right back.
10年前、ジャクダは双眼巨炎を襲撃した。
I'll be right back.
俺がそれを阻止し、彼と戦いを繰り広げ、最後に彼を撃退し、地下に封印した。
I just had to unlock the door, and the door's like right there. It's fine. Okay. It's also interesting that Astaha, when he went mad, he tried to attack as a chasm of all places.
その戦いで生まれたものだ。ジャクダは沈流石を本能的に感知することができる。だからそれをたどって、俺を
And this was before.
その対戦によって。
This was before the Cataclysm, but after the Archon War.
彼
Okay.
が俺より劣っていたということではない。彼の心には、俺とリーユエ、そして。
Oh, he defeated him, and then when he was subdued enough, he agreed to be sealed away. Okay.
それすらも忘れてしまったのだ。俺も逃れることはできない。ただ、常人より心得があるだけだ。その時が来れば、潔く離れるべきだと。力が強大であればあるほど、摩耗がもたらす危険も大きい。幾千年も経てば岩ですら疲れ果てるだろう。自らの手で友を封印した。それも
Sealing away an old friend is a form of erosion I've endured.
正しい道のために人々は諦め
Interesting.
失い続ける。
Oh.
もしかするとこれが天理が俺にかけた。
That's for kind of similar to how we know Dainsleif was
どのように身分が変わろうと。
How Dainsleif has been cursed with or Conrians, pure-blooded Conrians have been like cursed with immortality. Him saying that maybe this is the erosion that is cast upon me by the heavenly principles, like, reminds me of that a lot.
なんだ。
そうだ、危うく忘れるところだったぞ。この前、ダイスレイブってやつに会ったんだ。その人がオイラたちにカーン・ルイヤの消失と神々の制裁について話してくれ。勝利、お前は何千年も生きてきた正真正銘の神だろ。だからきっとこのことも経験してるよな。
それを言うことはできない。
Oh. It really pains him to not be able to tell us to. That's so sad. Like, he really wants to tell us.
しかしすまない。これは俺の契約なんだ。
まさかそのこともお前の過去やジャクダ竜王と同じように何か訳があるのか。
この契約は全てが始まる前に交わしたもの。契約に従う俺にはそれを守る義務がある。俺はお前を友だと思っている。お前を失望させるのは俺の本意ではない。しかし、
Medi, I have an idea. What if, because again, in the myth that Genshin's story is based on, there's the two stars that fall from the real heaven that's above the false heaven, that fall to Earth to defeat the archons and allow humans to enlighten themselves and blah 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 blah. So it's like in the story there are two stars that fall. So it's interesting that even though they're the twins, Zhongli is called Heaven's Star, right? And he says he has this contract, and we know he has a contract like with the Tsaritsa and stuff like that. But what if he also has a contract with Celestia? Like, what if Oh, wait. Okay. What if Zhongli disagreed with what Celestia was doing and he, like, struck a deal with them? Like, I will leave you to your devices if you allow me to attempt to guide humanity towards their own fate of their own volition, kind of thing. And then, but then it's like, okay, well then what happens to the Traveler's twin? What if, like, because, you know, the thing about how, like, the Abyss are the fates that don't come to pass, like, what if, like, as it's just always been meant to be a toss-up between you... I know this goes against the Gnostic Chorus cutscene, but I feel like it would be kind of cool if it's like Zhongli is the first star, and then the Traveler or their twin were always meant to be the second star, and the one that is not chosen by you, the player, like a mysterious hand of fate, they start to, like, embody the Abyss. I don't know. It's just like, because I mean, you know, in the opening cutscene, they show the Traveler and the twin descending as, like, two stars falling. But, like, I don't know. And then also it would be really interesting for one of the people that liberate Tevat to be a non-Outlander, like Zhongli, instead of two Outlanders. Well, no, your twin is recorded in Irminsul, so they're not considered a Descender anymore. I don't know. Just a thought I'm tossing out. Anyway.
お前はますますこの世界について分かってきたようだ。この大陸にはまだたくさんのことが秘密がある。それらは長い時を経て人々に忘れられ見捨て去られてきた。お前ならそれを見つけ拾い上げることができるかもしれない。証明するために証人が存在し、受け継がれるために記憶する者が現れる。その者へと向かう道の途中、数々の困難に遭うだろう。しかし、お前がその道を正しいと信じる限り、そのすべてに意味がある。
As long as you believe you're on the right path, everything has meaning. Alright. As you see, I've snoozed my ads for a sec. Want to know why? It's because I have great news. This quest is even gayer than it looks on the surface. This is a post written by a native Chinese speaker, I believe, detailing all of the missed nuances that the English translation had in between the conversations with Zhongli and Azdaha, both before and after Zhongli realized that Kunjun is Azdaha. I mean, we know there's a contract with Celestia, but we don't have any details about it. As far as twins, their timeline is funky. Yeah, like, it's another fun theory of there's nothing contradicting it right now, but there's also nothing confirming it. Okay, so in English, Zhongli says, "Your stone seeing isn't something I'll forget in a hurry," and Kunjun replies, "I suppose it's an asset, though I rarely find a use for it. But praise from Mr. Zhongli is praise high indeed." But in Chinese, Zhongli says, "No matter how many times I see you reading memories from stones, I always find it interesting." So that implies that at this moment is when Zhongli realizes that that's Azdaha and not just Kunjun. Azdaha's the Geo-Sovereign I scream. It's literally no one. I was gonna say, it's literally no one drags me anywhere. That's just literal checks and CN. Yeah. And even in English, it's heavily implied pretty well. You know, Zhongli clearly states that, like, he is not more powerful than Azdaha. Azdaha is more powerful than him. Let's see. So yeah. Zhongli recognizes Azdaha that early on, and we can see that based on the original Chinese. At the end of the quest, Azdaha says, "Do not forget that I was there with Liua's founder. Old friend, God of Contracts, I hereby honor our agreement," but in Chinese, he says, "No matter what, I was one of the founding members who witnessed Liua's birth. As a close friend of the God of Contracts, this is my last resort to ensure our contract is honored." So, it's really gay. Yeah, not literally translating it caused so many debates. It is stupid. Genshin's English translation team pisses me off so bad. When Azdaha's health gets low, he yells, Morax, you think he can destroy me? But in Chinese, he says, you want to destroy me? Which is like really sad. Like he's confused, you know? He feels, instead he sounds wronged and jealous that Zhongli's choosing the mortals of Liyue over Azdaha. Hang on, I'm gonna snooze ads again. And then, when Kunjun touches the stone monolith at the base of the giant tree and has a stone sing flashback, you'll probably notice in English he kind of sounds like he had an orgasm. But in the Chinese dub, he sounds like he's holding back tears. During Azda's boss battle, Zhongli comments, he who bears the weight of memory is destined to shoulder the burden of truth. Like, I guess in English it sounds more like I don't think it sounds decisive and cold. I think it sounds like very definitive. Whereas, in Chinese, he sounds more like tired. And then Morax says, oh, so Morax, you go by the name Zhongli now? And Zhongli says yes, but in the Chinese dub, you hear Azda attempting to call him Zhongli before he's like, no, I need to call you Morax, but I am going to address that I did notice the name change. Like, instead of going, oh, so you go by Morax now, it's like, Morax, so you changed your name? Feels weird to say it, but all right. Which is cute. You know, he's like, my boyfriend changed his name while I was gone. This is so weird. And there are, the poem that Kunjun and Ju recite together towards the end. It doesn't really come across as them reciting a poem in English, but so I don't remember. Yes. My heart is no mere stone that can be moved or thrown. My heart is not a mat, not that one can fold and flat. Which is also kind of funny. But yeah, so the way that the poem translates is, the jade cradling stone illuminates the furthest corners of the world. That's referring to Zhongli, he's the cradler of jade. As bright as the fallen planet, its brilliance is unparalleled. Oh. As bright as the fallen planet. That definitely feels like much more relevant in current lore. And yeah, actually, maybe Zhongli's, because everybody calls it like an asteroid, but maybe it's meant to be an entire planet falling. All powers under heaven, rise and fall of land and sea. Which is, in English, when Zhongli says, I can't remember, it's not the I will have order one. But anyway, the one I bitch about all the time, where like what he really says is like the will of the heavens will like always come to pass. That this is that line. All powers under heaven rise and fall of land and sea. A star appears within the wild. A sun ascends as bright as jade. I think that's alluding to Zhongli being the solar chariot. Moonlight falls on the branches as a dragon's roar rises in Nantianmen. A drop of sun may trickle in, but a heart of stone is not easily moved. So what I think this implies is that Zhongli was a being of Geo from Tevat, and he ascended to, wait, okay, because there's the part of the Gnostic myth where humans start ascending past Demiurge and he doesn't like it. What if Zhongli was the first one? Oh, my eye tracking just went. What if Zhongli was the first one to ascend to Celestia, past Celestia? What if Zhongli was the first one to ascend? And that's what led to him making a contract, is because he's already like more powerful than them, but not enough to like completely undo the hold that they have on Celestia. So he made a contract with them saying like, if I can guide humanity to this place to not need you anymore, then will you like leave them alone? Ooh! Oh! Yeah, a star appears within the wild, a sun ascends bright as jade. A drop of sun may trickle in, but a heart of stone is not easily moved. Because he may have ascended past Tevat, but no matter what, he'll always be a being of Teyvat. Like, his heart will always belong here on the ground, even if he's ascended to be a sun. Oh! Oh my god! I'm cooking. Okay. But yeah. Also, it's like the explaining that little blurb I recited earlier, that wasn't this poem. That was where the name No Mere Stone came from. My heart is no mere stone that can be moved or thrown. But yeah. Also, yeah, it's also like noted that like Aztaha doesn't just like praise Zhongli, like he praises him as his dearest friend, you know? The English translation really does miss out on how gay the quest is, and it's already really gay as is. But yeah, shout outs to Reddit user Calinthy for making this post, because it's really well done. And I love it a lot. Okay, before we wrap up, there's one more quest that I want to do on stream for you before we end stream. And do a little recap of all the stuff we've learned about Zhongli, but we'll do that after ads.
利水定山神君によって建てられた。碑文では弱だ。しかし残念ながら善と悪は紙一重。善悪が簡単に説明できるもの。
If the good and evil within Aztaha could be summarized in a single sentence, well, never mind. Amidst the quiet, only the sound of wind can be heard. Time seems to transform into an invisible river trickling away. A fleeting moment, 1,000 years in the mortal realm. The rocks feel it, and so too does the earth and the gods. I love this quest so much. Like, but yeah, I didn't realize how frequently it draws connections between, how often it draws connections between Aztaha and Irminsul. And I think what that's saying then is like, you know, Aztaha being the Geo-Sovereign means that he, again, like he's a foundational to like the existence of this realm, not just Liyue. And so I think his tail being this tree is indicative of him being him and like the whole stones hold memories stuff being really like integral to the function, the overall function of like quote unquote, the quote unquote data of Teyvat. Question mark? I think. Oh, I love this so much. It's so good. It's so good. Hey, Dorian. We just went through my favorite, some of my favorite story quests. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. We're gonna do a breakdown recap before I head out of stream after we do this quest, since this is also in my opinion really cool and relevant to Zhongli's lore. But yeah, that's nice. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. But yes, as we have made offerings to the statues of the Seven in Liyue, we've been given these little stones, and we are going to offer them here. Which is clearly breaking a seal of some sort. I am going to need to repeat that when people come back. I'm going to want to repeat that when people come back from ads. And it's going to show us this cutscene every single time, and it'll be so fun every single time. Hello, child. If this transitions into them calling me mommy, we are gonna have problems, but I will consent to being called mom. You're not my mom. My mom would say, I'm not your mom. I see.
取っておきなさい。いつかは役に立つはずよ。
Welcome back from ads, everybody. Yeah, so we are. It's a little bit odd of me to not like end the Zhongli lore section on his story quest, but I do want to do this now. Because it's pretty important. This is also like relevant to Zhongli's lore and his history of being Morax and stuff. And I figured that this would be a good sort of breather to take before we recap everything together, you know? I went to Comic-Con, realized— oh, okay. Gotcha, sorry to hear. I don't really— I'd rather not discuss that more throughout stream, but I do appreciate you sharing. But yeah. I'm sorry to hear that happened. I'm glad you— no need to apologize, you didn't know. That was me informing you, not me like scolding you. Yeah, so do not worry, but just wanted to let you know. But yeah, so as we have— so anyway, right, why I am doing this right after Zhongli's story quest / as part of the Zhongli session TM. As we have worshipped the statues of the Seven, which were made to worship Rex Lapis, Zhongli, we have been given one of these stones called a Stone of Remembrance, an unusual gemstone capable of removing a seal somewhere. You can feel the turbulent thoughts racing relentlessly within when you hold it in your hand. Somewhere in this world are buried the memories of an ancient war, for a future without the pain of savage slaughter, for a future without lives lived in vain, for a future where every day is filled with peace. And that's pretty clearly a mantra of likely Zhongli, but maybe another god, maybe Guizhong. Like the mantra that they told themselves as they fought in the Archon War. And there are 9 stones total. And there are 9 pillars around this door here whose seals we are removing. They go from being covered in this gray like crust kind of to fully glowing orange. Is this— I've already done this one, haven't I? No, I haven't. Okay. And yeah, we're gonna watch this cutscene every single time, sorry. But yeah, just going back to just like theorizing though, yeah, I think Zhongli was like the first and maybe either the first being to ascend past the Celestials or the only one that came back. Maybe a lot of beings ascended past Celestia and then just decided that Teyvat and saw what was happening in Teyvat and knew that it was wrong, but just decided, you know, I've ascended, not my circus, not my monkeys, you know? But Zhongli, whether because he thinks the others were wrong or just entirely independently on his own, decides to come back and try to give Teyvat back to itself after it's been stolen by Celestia. I think that's what's happening. I think he, like, maybe— oh, you know what? Because, like, the sun isn't associated with any particular element. Wait! What if Zhongli and all 3 moon goddesses are the ones that ascended? Because they do have elemental powers, but the thing is, like, unlike plants, which are associated with dendro and stuff like that, rocks that are associated with geo, hydro, like water's hydro, the sun and the moons are not established to be associated with any of the 7 elements. And maybe that's because they're just completely separate. You know, they hover over Teyvat because they've ascended past Teyvat and its laws. Like the sun and the moons don't follow Teyvat's laws. So what if the way that we ended up with those celestial bodies in the sky, or on Earth for humans in the real world, but what if how we ended up with the solar and lunar bodies in the sky was from beings ascending past Celestia and then deciding to come back and help the people who are being prevented from ascending now? You know, like maybe maybe the Moon Dynasty was like a separate rule. No, because the moons were also considered servants of Celestia. So what if they ascended and then agreed to work with Celestia, because at the time Celestia wasn't fully repressing humans yet, and it wasn't until humans started, and yeah, it wasn't until humans progressed enough that Celestia started doing the bad things, and therefore the moon goddesses and maybe Zhongli were like willing to work with them. And then when they had the disagreement, as they had disagreements with those 4 ascenders, they were getting cast down, right? Like Zhongli, the solar chariot, getting cast down into the chasm, and then the 3 moon goddesses getting wiped out. Like, I think it's because they were already working with Celestia, and then decided they weren't on board with what Celestia was doing anymore, and so Celestia cast them out. Okay, so now that thought has baked some, starting over to kind of reroute ourselves, I think Zhongli and whoever the 3 moon goddesses were part of the human realm on Teyvat. Then they achieved Gnosis and ascended, but they didn't ascend to Celestia, they ascended past Celestia, and became the sun and the 3 moons. And then, but they saw Celestia. Celestia is the one that created the human realm. So they agreed to work with Celestia and rule alongside it as envoys between Celestia and the human realm. Then, when humans started developing so much that either they were getting too close to ascending the same way that the sun and the 3 moons did, or they were just getting out of Celestia's control in one way or another, Celestia decided to, and Celestia started by being like, okay, the sun and the 3 moon goddesses are the ones cultivating humanity, so they need to be taken out of the equation. So they killed the 3 moon goddesses and their angels, envoys, including Zebai, and cast the sun out from the sky too. Yeah, and then that still didn't keep humans in control, because it wasn't just that the sun and the 3 moons were cultivating humanity and making them too strong without humanity's input. They were just a helping hand. Humanity was ultimately driving its own development. So humanity kept getting stronger and stronger, and so then they tried to, then they had the rule of the 7, they established the archons and visions and gnosis. And then when that didn't, but then obviously people, the people under the rule of the 7 have been mostly okay, but there was a clan of people that weren't under the rule of any of the 7, Conria. And they got out of control, so Celestia destroyed them too. Yeah, I really like that timeline. Yeah, I think that fits a lot, really well. Yeah. People ascended, but at the time Celestia didn't seem too awful, so they started working with Celestia over time. Their goals and Celestia's goals started not lining up because they wanted to continue to cultivate humanity, whereas Celestia just wanted full-blown control, and so they started by getting rid of the envoys. They started they cut off people's connection to the ley lines via visions, and then they continued to just like and throughout that entire process, they continued to use celestial nails as a means of keeping people in order. Yeah, I really like that. Chat, I hope you fuck with that as much as I do, because if you don't, I'm gonna be so sad. Lighthearted, obviously, but I really hope you fuck with that too, because it's so good. Yeah! Yeah. Hell yeah! And now the door opens. All the turmoils in the world have their root in human vice. 9 pillars we raise here to suppress conflict, that we may never again raise armies against each other. So, yeah, I think this was made after the conclusion of the Archon War as a treaty between all of the remaining gods. Yeah, because we see the Yakshas here, too. Those statues are pretty much always referential to the Yakshas, which actually became like warriors for Morax. Actually, yeah, I wonder if yeah, because the Yakshas definitely fought during the Archon War, and probably at least for a time fought against Morax, Rex Lapis, Zhongli. So, huh? Yeah, I really do bet that that's what that is referring to. Can you guys? Thank you. Oh, come on. Okay, well that was just rude. Oh, I should probably destroy that, huh? Oh, hello. Where are you? Hey. Oh, come on! I hate these guys. Just die! Oh, it already came back. Oh, or no. Oh, or there's multiple. Question mark? I have no idea. Or it just grows back. No, it looks like it's moving. Okay. Sure, why not? Okay, it's just multiple respawning. Nice. Okay, another seal opened. So, yeah, and then in here we find another inscription, the royal flora from the set Noblesse Oblige, and another inscription. And that inscription reads, greed, nostalgia, vision, jealousy, anger, lust, self-aggrandizement, competition, turmoil. These 9 mortal desires may heal the world or do it great hurt. Their fire will never diminish and it will never fade. Thus, we lay down 9 pillars to bring peace, to end here the conflicts that plague this world. If one who comes after will break those pillars and enter, war shall once again consume the world. O you who read this tablet, claim the treasure that lies within and bring peace to Liyue. Basically saying that we realize that if somebody opens this, if the day comes where somebody comes and opens this tomb, then that will mean that the world has fallen to war again. And so, let's see, and then a ring that seems to have existed for a long time, though it has become dull due to erosion over time. It's not dirty because it's been stored inside a box. There are words engraved on the inside of the ring, still clearly legible. All beings suffer in war. And then we were given the flower for the set Noblesse Oblige. And the lore for that one reads... We only have the one, don't we? Oh, we have 5. Okay. And the A satin flower with a glossy finish, fit for an elegant gathering. It still looks as distinguished as it did the day it was cast aside. A feathered hat, accessory worn by the old aristocrats of Mondstadt. A ornamental urn that once belonged to the old aristocrats of Mondstadt. So yeah, it's really interesting that there's the flower that's in here is an artifact that's associated with Mondstadt, even though its domain is also in Liyue. And I think that that is meant to show that you know, even though that we do have the statues of the Yaksha out here, that the people who made this monument and laid these seals down to like represent peace were not just from Liyue. But yeah, so, and obviously Rex Lapis had a hand in creating this, and in fact, again, they say if the seals of this monument open, then that means the world will have fallen to war, and you get the things to open the seal from worshipping zhongli statues. So very, and you know, an Outlander seems to be the only one that can interact with the statues in that way or gather the oculi like that. So I guess that they just knew that if an Outlander comes to the world, they will be able to interact with the statues such that they receive the key to the seal. And if they're here, then that means that Celestia's like really gone bad. But, and I wanted to include that because what we have really learned from the story quest that we did today is just how much the Archons and how much the Archons care. And also we've done quite a lot of talking about Zebai, and I think that's relevant too, because it shows like, these are all beings that were created by Celestia. And so are humans for that matter. But unlike humans, these, or even ordinary vision wielders, Zebai, Zhongli, Venti, all of these people are people who've been granted immense power and immense authority by Celestia over Tevat compared to the humans that populate it. Not compared to Celestia itself, but compared to the other beings that are in the human realm. And they still, though, even though they have all of that power, they still have all of this compassion for humanity. And that is such a central point to this game, you know, is that the only people who really want to just like control Tevat and keep it in an iron grip are Celestia, and they're the ones that are the furthest away. But anybody that has been between Celestia and Tevat, where they're far enough above Tevat to not be human, but they are close enough to have learned to love the place and to have actually interacted with humanity, they completely disagree with Celestia's divine plan. And are willing to do whatever it takes, even if in Zhongli's case it takes 6,000 years of, you know, cultivating humanity, slaughtering other gods, maintaining authority over an entire nation for 2,000 years. Like, they're all willing to do what it takes to, again, like I said earlier, like give humanity to itself, to let humanity keep itself in its own hands. And I think that's really beautiful. And I really love how Rex Lapis and Barbados keep coming back as Celestials, but not being part of Celestia. You know, they're Celestials that have a real connection and a real heart for the people that they rule, unlike those that are actually part of Celestia. So yeah, I thank you guys for sticking around. It's been a 5-hour stream of just story quests. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and start finding somebody to read us out to. I hope everybody's really enjoyed going through the quest with me. Zhongli's second story quest is one of my favorites, like, of all time. Let's see, I believe I saw... Yes, okay, I'm gonna rate us out to Lady Ailey, or Lady Aeliora, or Ailey, because she raided us a while ago and I want to go and raid her back. And also I want to look at her model because it's gorgeous. Has a really, really sick OC. So, please accompany me on my raid. But if not, I hope you have a fantastic day. And for those of you who are going to join me on the raid, I will see you in Lady Aeliora's chat for a little bit before I head off to go decompress a post-stream and then hang out with some friends. So I hope everybody has a great night. Thank you again for joining me. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you guys later for the Inazuma story.